Hello. Happy, what's today? Wednesday? Wednesday. Hi, Starfighter. Good to see you. I hope you didn't get the double ad thing again, because you joined before the first ad break. Alright. Cool. Then you should be all set until the real first ad break in an hour. I think you dodged the bullet. So last time, I was able to finish up... Oh, you can't see it from here. I was able to finish up the first satellite program. And I grabbed a few that are going to pay me quite a bit of money over the next few years. Earth observation satellites, which is mostly going to be about getting science, and this is great because I'm going to need a bunch of science anyway. Early commercial applications, which has some well, various things I need to do. First navigational satellite, 2 of these like television satellites and some other stuff. These are going to be fun to figure out the like fancy orbits for. And then early lunar probes, which we're not ready to do yet. We don't have deep space avionics, so but this just gives me a bunch of money a year for like 6 years, and I should be able to knock it out pretty quickly once we've got like tracking station upgrades and stuff like that. So yeah, speaking of tracking station upgrades, can I... Whoops, I left-clicked instead of right-clicking. Every time. Ah, so nice to see all my satellites actually flying around. Anyway, there's gonna be more soon. Once I start getting like comm satellites up there and stuff. Can I upgrade this? Oh, I need lunar range comms to get this up to level 2. And what does that... Oh, here. Level 2 tracking station. I'm going to assume level 3 tracking station and level 4 tracking station. Yes, that'll give us maneuver nodes, which will make programming quite a bit easier because I don't have to recompute a bunch of that stuff myself. So I think lunar range comms is coming up on my research. What else do I have being worked on right now? I think just lunar range comms and this 1958 orbital rocketry. This gives me some Atlas operational LR-105 NA3. I think I already have Atlas stuff. Yeah, I have the basic Atlas stuff from the 56 to 57 node. So I think, well, we're gonna have to see what the mass of the satellites we need to do is for like the science and commercial satellites. We might be able to get away with launching some of them on the Redstone still. But I suspect not many. That's my guess, is that we're not going to get a lot more use out of the Redstone. So that means building new launch vehicles. And I think that means... I mean, Thor or Atlas is the obvious one, but also Thor, right? I keep talking about Atlas, and I do still want to build a proper stage and a half Atlas and program it and fly it. I say that every stream. Eventually we'll get to it. But Atlas is a little more... LR79 all the way back here. Here's the LR79. LR105. There it is, LR79. The LR79 is for the Thor, which is the, ultimately the Delta family, right? Delta was the upper stage of the Thor. Thor Delta became Delta, and then we have Atlas. The engines are similar, and I think they share... I don't know if they share unlock cost, but they definitely share test flight data. So, like, moving from the Redstone into kind of having a lower performance Thor launcher and a higher performance Atlas doesn't sound awful. With 58 orbital rocketry, I'll get the XLR-81 for Aegina as an upper stage. But we also do have various... Well, the early AJ-10 stinks. It does get better. I don't remember if the 58 orbital rocketry one is decent or if you need the 59. Or even further. Yeah, AJ-10 mid in 1960. That doesn't mean we don't necessarily... That doesn't mean we should necessarily completely avoid AJ-10. Like, when it works, it's a great engine. It's just very unreliable early on. And especially because we do have... the capacity to be pushing more of these solids, especially the Castor vacuum upgrade here. And we have upper stage engines. Algol, I think, was used as a first stage, but we have Antares and Altair that are solid upper stages, and as long as we have one of these guys gives us, like, is it Parsons? Yeah. Who makes it hard to remove things? Glushko. Glushko's the one who makes it harder for me to remove people. Yeah, Altair was used... I think Altair was also used as an upper stage in the whole scout stack, right? You had, like, Antares, Algol... Altair was used in a bunch of stuff as an upper stage solid. I think Altair gets upgrades for years and years and years. So, like, if we're gonna stick to solids, Altair is definitely worth it. And, like... as long as we have Jack Parsons here, we've got great buffs to solids. But I think we have more options now than we used to. Like, we've unlocked more of these people. So, like, I can wait 3.5 more years for him to retire, or I can... 5% to avionics. Lower confidence rewards, though. That's all plain stuff. Sorry, Betty. 10 to science. Ooh. Yeah. Also, solid engine stuff. I think I'm going to stick with Jack Parsons for now. And we'll keep doing solids. His negative is, like reputation decay, kind of stinks, but like easy enough to improve reputation by just flying more contracts. And we're about to be flying a lot of contracts doing these commercial applications, so I think we'll get our reputation up just fine. And none of the other ones are jumping out at me as having really good positives, or their negatives are... I mean, actually, we have plenty of what are we going to need for, like, crude orbit, confidence-wise? Yeah, even to run this at breakneck, we need 1,600, and we're already at 1,100. So maybe we could take, and this buffs avionics. We're gonna need a lot of avionics. The problem is you don't research avionics consistently, right? It's one of those kind of stepping stone nodes. Planes. 10% integration. Okay. So this improves science from probes, which is nice because, like, that's what I'm doing. I'm not doing any in-person science with Kerbals, right? And then 10% research speed to the science nodes, which are not the very bottom, obviously, because this is reshuffled from the normal RP-1 tech tree. But I think it's these nodes. So, and I do think we're gonna need these, but like, the just 10% to science on its own is really good. Because, like, science has been my bottleneck, right? Like, we're gonna have to fly a bunch of missions just to get science so I can get teched up. So this seems worthwhile. 8% speed of integration kind of stinks, but as far as, like, contract time limits, we've been pretty safe. So Van Allen is an option. Yeah. Do I fire Jack and hire Van Allen? Maybe. I think as far as administrator, none of those are new. Chief designer. Are there any... There's no overlap between the scientists and some of these other ones, is there, that I'll care about? I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, I'm maxing out my engineers anyway, but... Alright, Van Allen. You're in. Oh, here we go. Completed programs. Yeah, early satellite select. And leaders. Actually, we will, we have a high-altitude cosmic ray science contract coming up, so we will, in fact, be flying through the Van Allen belts very soon. All right. And then I think everyone in chief designer and administration is people we've had before. Apparently when we get a materials science node, we get some new potential contractors. We should look into them. I should double check my contractors. 10% to science, avionics, and electronics research. Ooh, yeah. I wonder if that stacks with Van Allen on science research. I assume so. Lol. I could make JPL my secondary contractors, and with between JPL and Van Allen have avionics and science at like double speed. All right, I think we're probably fine though. Yeah, researcher salaries are cheaper. That's definitely worth keeping. Early and orbital rocket engine. Okay, we're almost basically early and orbital rocket engines. Does that include like I'm not sure what that actually means, like where Rocketdyne. I mean, presumably at least all the way through the F1 and the RS-25, right? So we should still be getting the research buff from Rocketdyne here. So I think that's fine. All right. Let's take a look at... Can I upgrade this, by the way? Ooh, yeah, and I get more program slots when I upgrade it. Ooh, okay. That's something to keep in mind, too. I don't think I want to do that yet. But... yeah, I'm using 4 slots, so I would need 2 more slots if I wanted to add crewed orbit to my to-do list. So that's probably 2 upgrades to the admin building. Yeah, that would be expensive. Then mission control. Do I have 450 a day? 1 second. I'm currently at plus 950 a day. Yeah, let's upgrade mission control. Get that started. We need lunar range comms before we can upgrade the tracking station, but we need both upgraded for flight planning anyway. All right. So we're not going to be able to do the... Got to work on this one eventually. But let's look at our... Infrared radiometer 1, early TV camera, 7 days, 7 days of electric charge. %, of infrared weather science data, and low orbit. All right. So this would be great if we can upgrade. Yeah. As long as the TV camera and the weather sensor aren't too expensive. And I think I have those. Let's double check that we have those. Yeah, early television camera. And... ooh, we might need the next science bump. Infrared radiometer. Okay, we don't have this one yet, so we need this. So we need at least 19 science to get that bumped. Oh, plus this electronics research. Oof, okay. So we need 37 science to get that. Let's see what else. What are our other options? Cosmic ray beyond LEO. Cosmic ray science and an early TV camera. I can do that. 45 days. Needs to hit high orbit. And that's like a 200 by 40,000 kilometer orbit. And you'll note that these are all launched from Thors, not from Redstones. So it may be time to start designing a Thor. Or an Atlas, but again, I think we could probably do Thor first, and then, you know, if we have an Able style upper stage, like we can do Atlas Able, we can do Atlas Delta, we can start to do those things. Or again, use solids for our upper... Oh no, I replaced what's his name, so we don't have to focus on solids for our upper stages to take advantage of our tech. Yeah, but the funny thing about orbital altitude is that oomph is relative, right? Like, getting up to 2 megameters versus 40 megameters is a lot less delta V than, like, 1 megameter versus 2. Well, maybe not quite that much of an exaggeration, but... Orbital perturbation, inclined orbit, 2 months of science. Apoapsis below 1-2. Periapsis above. Oh, this needs to be very not eccentric. Okay. So this is going to need a liquid upper stage so that we can actually get this done. And again, this is a Thor-able launch. These are all Thor-ables. All right. I think we need to start with this Cosmic Ray one. And we'll be able to put it on a... We're going to have to design a Thor-able. Because I think the third one that I was looking at, some of this is in... Yeah, orbital perturbation is also in the next science node. But if we can get something in a polarish orbit, this gravimetric satellite, yeah, inclination above 50 degrees. Nope, not that one. This one? This one. There's no inclination requirements on this, so if I can get it into a polarish orbit, it'll do... This is a clean slate. I wrapped up the last launch of the early satellites program at the end of my last stream. I think probably after you left for the evening, and then grabbed the new programs. So we are pretty much clean slate. We obviously still need to get science, so we want to get some launches that are going to get us science. But I want to, like I said, we probably want to build a Thor. Like, let's just build a Thor-able. Because I think we have the most of the research for an early Thor-able. What was the Able upper stage? Able. Yeah, AJ10. That's what I thought. So yeah, let's build a Thor-able. That'll be fun. And then with this Thor, and now that I want to start getting into like reusable stages, because we're going to be doing the commercial contracts and stuff, I really do need to sit down and start thinking about reusable reusable chunks, right? Having the avionics on the booster running its own program, and then, you know, commanding the upper stage, like, hey, it's time to... Not that kind of reusability. Software reusability. But yeah, let's start at the top. Let's just drop into procedural avionics. Show experimental parts, please. And then isogrid. And the engine is gonna be ground lit, LR43, LR105. Where's the LR79? LR79. And then which of these do I have? Just the base. All right, S3D is Tell me which research this needs. It doesn't, but I can't purchase it. Oh, 58. Okay. 59, 60, 62, 63. It is a big boy. How wide is the Thor? No, I don't want the diameter of Thor's hammer. Google, I want the diameter of the Thor rocket. 2.4 meters. I'll do 2.5 because it's a nicer number. But it was 8 feet, actually, because it was a US rocket. Here, it's probably some sort of... I think the exhaust in the LR-79 was the LR-79 vectorable? I don't remember. But yeah, I don't remember if the exhaust was vectorable on this one. But anyway, this should actually use the LR-101. Ground lit, multi-ignition, single ignition. I think for the Thor, you want to do them like this, is how they were actually. Well, maybe not on that side. Maybe on this side. Don't remember if the Thor... I think the Thor used the under the ship ones. I know the Atlas has the side-mounted verniers, and you've probably seen pictures of that. Yeah, Thor has them mounted on the bottom. Yeah, this is actually a pretty good photo. Let me see if I can, let's see, copy image link. I add a new, like, image. Okay. Can I? No. All right. Save image. Thor. Browse. Downloads. I'm spending more time on this than I should. Nope. Try again. Where's my pictures folder? There we go. Now we can see it. So yeah, you can see the in the top left. I don't know how to make my mouse cursor visible here, but you should be able to see the vernier engine, the steering engine there, kind of sticking out around the stand, and there's another one that you can kind of half see around the back. So that is exactly, well, what I just had mounted and then I lost. Oh no, they are there. Okay, cool. Yep. That's just gray on gray. So yeah, that's those here. Yeah. Yeah. On the Atlas, and I can find a picture of an Atlas, but on the Atlas they're like up on the side of the skirt where the but let's see. You are... Choose tank type. Aluminum gridded. Fill for the S3. What's our rated burn time on this thing? 3 minutes. All right. Oh, these are ground lit. I need a... What did I say this was? 3 minutes, 2 seconds. We're at 3 minutes, 8 at 2.5 by 10.5 meters. That is a totally acceptable rocket stage. Yeah, we're gonna need to build a new launch complex for this too. That's something I didn't think of. So we will probably have 58 orbital rocketry by then. So if that is the case, let's think about using the upgraded engine, which is probably there's an LR-101 engine upgrade too. Nope, maybe not. Oh, there we go. An A11 was, what, 62. All right, so now, there's just the basic one. All right, 11.5 meters. Of the Thor able, no. I will do a stubby able because, dear God. And then this avionics needs to be, well, here. Let's do able, and then I'll put the avionics stage for the Thor underneath it. Let's go back to fuel tanks and grab our... a standard modular tank for multi-ignition engines. What do I actually have available? Just the XLR-11. All right, that's not a real engine. So yeah, I mean, I could definitely do an Agena. And Agena is more reliable early on than AJ-10, but like AJ-10 has a longer lineage. Yeah, 58 orbital rocketry is basic Agena. And this diameter needs to be 1.25, exactly half of the stage below it. It's amazing how that worked out. It's almost like I did it on purpose. I might design both upper stages. I might build a Thor Agena and a Thor Able, just so I have options. I think the Able will be cheaper, though. AJ-10 is pressure-fed, right? Yeah. That's not what I wanted. This one. And rated burn is 1 minute 55. Sure, call it 1.5. And then actually I could put the nose on this. Obviously need to still... Actually, that's not really what I want to do, is it? I don't want the nose. I lied. We're gonna do flat. What I want to do is I want to have the... interstage adapter. This node decouples. Okay. And then the base size is 2.5. The top is 1.25. height can be like 1, and then we need to add the extra height to get it up to... God, it's so hard to tell if they're touching or not. And then, does it need to be here to change the shape? Yeah, shape. Conic. These do not have decouplers. Pedal hinge disabled. And then below this, we're going to have another avionics, right? And that'll be the booster avionics. Diameter of 2.5. Oh, well, that'll help. So that is starting to look like a real rocket. And then, yeah, it's already 60 tons. We're definitely going to need a new launch pad for this sucker. But, yeah. What are you? You are a Thor-able, is what you are. Did I pick the upgraded for 58? I'm assuming by the time we build our... I'm assuming by the time we build the launch complex for the new rocket, we're gonna have this research done. .8 meters. What's our rated? Exactly 2 minutes 30. 1.9 is a lot of overburn. We'll do 1.8. And then let's... Avionics, you are a science core. Early avionics, you only need, well... You should be a near Earth, actually. Because this thing can fly the upper stage, right? And I want it to be able to steer. I'll put RCS on this stage when all is said and done. But this stage on its own is only 3 tons. It's going to have some stuff on top of it. We're going to have a kick motor. We're going to have some other things. I don't know. Early avionics, controllable mass, 5 tons. Couple hundred electric charge. Fly. Call it exactly 300. Because I like round numbers. Okay. So that's an able. And then when we add in this part, configure your near Earth early avionics. Our controllable mass is, I'll pencil in 75 tons. Again, we'll make it 300. We might be able to get away with 200 millimeter height if I lower that from 75. But did I actually take one of the contracts? Did I accept it? No. We're looking at 10,000 Delta V on this, and we don't even have a kick stage. Beautiful. Okay. So if I were to put an actual probe up here, which, and a kick stage on it, you know, GCRC, I should put this in a payload fairing, obviously. Let's do that. Let's put it in a payload fairing. Payload fairing. $8,800. Oh, this is probably not set right. Yeah, Science Core, early avionics, with only like 200 EC. $97.64. What's our order of operations? Launch, drop the payload fairing when we're high enough, engage the AJ-10. I should make those two separate stages because that the narrowing stages looks a little dorky. Yeah. If I tried to do the AJ-10 with 2.5 meters, though, it would be like a pancake of a stage. What I could potentially do, instead of... Whoops. If I take this, and no, leave that one. This, and this. And I drop in... Where's just a simple decoupler? Not you. And then go to payload fairing. There we go. Move the whole able upper stage into the payload fairing. Let's reroute at our probe here. Oh, we have so many options. Ooh, I like that one. Oh, there's so many options. All right. Yeah, and this has 12,000 meters a second of delta V. Oh, this one doesn't really have a nose, does it? Oh, so many probe options. Okay. All right, now I'm just goofing around. That's starting to look like a probe, though. So this is a Thor able with whatever this payload is. But what I want to start doing, and I wonder if I want to try to use sub-assemblies or if I just want to be like adding, you know, using the merge button in here. But we want to take Thor. We want the Thor to have a booster program. We want the Able to have a program. We want our probe to have a program. And I want to be able to click these things together like Legos, right? And be able to know that each stage is going to do the right thing as it's progressing through. I mean, in theory. The other thing I could do is always have the full program running from the probe, but, like, eventually I'm going to have... How good is KSP's diff tool for merge conflicts? Yeah. Not. It's not. Oh, and the other thing that I can check is how does a Thor Regina compare to a Thor Able here. So if I pull this off, go back to engines and find the Agena. Don't think this one needs to be pressure fed. What's our burn time? 60 seconds. Okay, so yeah, it is lower performance, which is what I expected. Wait, what is it showing as only... That's not right. Something's not right with our stages. There we go. Comparable performance. Yeah, Agena is a full gas generator pump engine, so it's not pressure fed. Which means that also our upper stage is going to be not just lighter because the Agena has less fuel, but it's a lighter tank and it should be cheaper. So, the Agena, if I assume I'm going to have access to 1958 orbital rocketry, and again, I think I should make that assumption. But, oh, I got distracted by a thing that wasn't even what I wanted to look at. Yeah, the S3D config, which is the 58 orbital rocketry. Yeah, all my multi-ignition engines I think are still X-plane engines. Yeah. So yeah, Agina's I think more reliable early on than the early AJ-10s, so this is basically a Thor Agena. Did Thor Agena ever fly as a stack? It must have. Oh yeah. And it looked way less stupid than Thor Able. And yeah, this... The question is, like, how much do these fairings mass? 1.15 tons versus having the adapters and stuff for... smaller payload fairing with whatever else, but having all this space for my payload fairings I think is going to be a worthwhile endeavor. So yeah, that's true. Less mess for the RCS too at the upper... Oh yeah, I need to add RCS on the upper stages. Haven't done that yet. Yeah, this doesn't scale up. That's too bad. Let's save this as a Thor Agena. I have both saved now. That's true. Yeah, we should be ditching the fairing as early as possible, but like, what's the mass of the fairing base versus the mass of the... which should be 2.5 and not 2.6. How do I keep doing that? I think those ones should fire at the same time. I probably don't actually want to use the TD-12 there. I want to use something else, but... Oh my, there it goes. No? Do you not think we're connected? There it goes. All right, let's check our technology. I want to see what our RCS tech looks like with 1958 orbital rocketry and stuff like that. I mean, we were doing okay with the nitrogen, but if we can do better once we have this tech, then... Nothing there. Oh, is it early flight control that actually gives me... Also the Agena equipment rack. That'll be nice. How much science does this take? 15. Oh, here we go. We got some RCS engine upgrades here. Nitrous oxide. Just nitrous oxide. So the equipment rack contains RCS, fuel tanks, batteries. Basically, it's all-in-one kind of RCS unit that you can set up. It's what I used in my I was gonna say vanilla. That was very not vanilla. My more stockish run last week when I wasn't feeling well. I was using the Agena satellite bus. Yeah. Oh, and it is just about... God, it's been an hour and I haven't even finished building my first rocket yet. Ad's going to start shortly. I was trying to confirm which RCS upgrades I have, and it does look like I have some. So we should be able to at least get RCS going on this. That's not what I want. Figure out RCS on this thing, since we can't use the Agena bus immediately. But I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna top up my tea, because I drank my whole cup of tea in the first hour while the ad runs, and I will be back in a few moments. And we are back. Okay. I kind of like, even though this is an Atlas fairing, I kind of like it. I wanted to check. I just realized there's something I haven't checked yet. And that is our other contract options. I looked at all the science one. And I think the only one we can do is this one. Geiger-Miller counter, early TV camera, getting it up above 40 megameters. But the first nav satellite... Okay, this needs low eccentricity. Inclination above 50 degrees. Navsat payload of at least 50 units. I think we can do this pretty easily. Yeah, this was done on a Thor-able star. And our Thor-Regina should be able to handle that. So basically, we should be able to just, for all these contracts, just, like, grab this Thor-Regina, open the fairings, and, Able Star, I believe, was just an upgraded Able. Yeah. Let me double-check that. Blah, 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 blah. Derived from Thor-Able. Able Star second stage was an enlarged version of Able. Yep. Using the AJ10-104 engine. How does that... What do those variants of my AJ10 look like? I don't see a 104, so that might be from the AJ10 series mid? Or it's just not on here. Used on Able 2, used on Able 2. Let's check in the R&D. Let's see if we can find the 104 variant. It might not be in here. They might not have had the, like, actual specifications for it. AJ10 early. There we go. 118. Whoops, come on. 118E. Oh yeah, here we go. AJ10-104. So that's this one. This is the Able Star engine up here. So definitely, I mean, uprated from what we're doing, but I think we're going to be okay. I should actually be able to just take both of these. Nav satellite, gravimetric satellite. There's no reason not to. That way I can keep referencing their requirements in the VAB. With the early sounding rocket contracts, you specifically can't take them all at the same time, because they don't want you to, like, caveman together like a pile of Aerobee engines and get everything done on your first launch, but I think since these are different programs, I can have both. And now I can actually look at the options. Oh, whoops, I grabbed the wrong science satellite contract, though. That's the gravimetric one. Yeah, the beehive approach is not as, I think I can cancel it with no penalties. Yeah. I want Cosmic Ray Beyond LEO. That's the one. And I could also be looking at this one, but I think I need tech for that. Let me... Yeah, I need early EDL for that. which will give me these heat shields. And the early flight control will help too with these thrusters and RCS upgrades. But yeah, this, once we have this, we'll be able to get a heap of science. If I go into biosample 2, you can see the duration is a day. So if we want to get all of space low and space high, we need like a big elliptical orbit for at least 2 days, but probably longer because it won't be spending half of its time in each biome. But we will come back with oh, get rid of shoaling known. There we go. Space high. Yeah, we'll come back with like 90 science. But in order to do this, we really need to be able to do the recovery. So when I do this reach orbital speed and return safely, blah, 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 blah. We'll do an orbit. We'll put a, well, do we actually have a, let me check the program. Because I think that's, is that early lunar probes? No. Oh, that's none of these. That's just a standalone contract? Where does that contract come from? Earth observation satellites, new. Oh, crewed orbit, interesting. Okay, so this gives this to me, I guess. I don't know how to see the conditions when it's enabled. I think I have to go look at the code if I want to see that. But yeah, apparently you don't have to have the program to work on this. Some of these contracts, you get these sort of on their own. But yeah, I should be able to do these like reach orbit and return safely, orbital test flight. Animal crew, this is going to require that. Oh, generated tourist. Okay. Okay, some of these do need the program. This one needs the program. Okay. But reach orbital speed and return safely doesn't need the program? I'm going to look at the code. 1 second. Sorry, I don't have the screen capture set up so that you can actually see this, but... Game data, what's the name of this contract? Orbital speed and return safely. RP-1 contracts. First orbit recovery. There it is. Requirement. Oh, yep. Earth observation science gives you access to this. Okay. Interesting. But you don't get it the other ones for that. You can't do the orbital test flight with Earth observation science. Okay. Either way, this is a huge not confidence, the other one, reputation bump. And it's a good step towards orbital stuff, and we need to be able to recover film and biosamples and stuff like that. I've let myself get totally distracted by this contract. I'm sorry. I was like, what is this doing here, and why do I have it? I guess I could take it, but there's no reason to. We can't complete it yet. Okay. So the ones we want to be doing are this Cosmic Ray Science beyond LEO and First Nav Satellite, and both of these are going to be... I think First Nav we can definitely do. Periapsis above 360, eccentricity below 0.26. Oh, can we do gravimetric, maybe? Orbital perturbation, no. We don't have the science for that, and we don't have the infrared radiometer. Okay. So yeah, first navigational, like the eccentricity needs to be sufficiently low, but we can work on that. With our now that we have a liquid stage, right? We can turn off the liquid upper stage when we need to. Satellite will be destroyed. Simulates transfer the payload back to the customer. Okay. So inclination above 50 degrees, 2 minutes of stable orbit, navsat payload of at least 50 units. Let's take a look at that with this Thor Regina and see if we can achieve that. Because we need low eccentricity for the navsat. Yeah, below 0.26. Doing that. Whatever, doesn't matter. I don't think we want to have... the GCRC in here. I think we want to try to do this with just the Agena. And then I need to have... what do I need? 50 units of navsat payload. Okay. No other requirements? Nope, just needs to sit up there for 2 minutes with navsat payload. Yeah, and I'm seeing 10,400. Most of which is definitely going to be like upper stage in a vacuum, so we should be able to achieve it. Actually, if I reroute this, we don't even need a separate satellite. We can take all this mass off. 10,600. 11,000. There we go. That decoupler's heavy. Because we could just throw on... how many units of navsat payload? 50. If I find a fuel tank here... drop on like this spherical... oh, it probably needs to be high pressure. Yeah. I mean, is it really a spacecraft if it doesn't have golden spheres? Don't see navsat payload, though. Does this have to be a service module tank? Sounding payload, research payload. My... Oh, here we go. It has to be this thing. Yeah, there's specifically a NavSat tank type. All right, that's fine. That thing is heavy, though. Oof, that brings us down to 91. Yeah, we might need some more oomph for this. We might need to go Atlas for the NavSat. I mean, we could do that. What can I do to get this? Yeah. NavSat payload of 50. I mean, yeah, but this needs to be circular. So, sort of, but also I don't really want to deal with it. Ho ho. It's fine if we can't quite do this yet, right? We have research contracts we can do, and oh, I could adjust the diameter on this thing. Let's actually do that. So NavSat 1, max diameter. If I bring this down, does this get, like, significantly lighter? Okay. I think we're okay then. Yeah. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought. This has a huge dry mass, so I have to actually make it tiny. So yeah, this is 10.5. We need a 350 by pretty close to 350 orbit. What is our... Yeah, 60 tons. What is the mass of this whole part? 2.3. What is this avionics set for? 5. I could shrink it, but I don't really want to. This one I think I set to like 75, though. Yeah. How much more Delta V do we get if we, A little. Not really worth it. For single-digit Delta V. Navigational satellite, stable orbit for 2 minutes. Okay. I could and maybe should. Well. Oh yeah, on the, whatever this design is, transit. The early transit sats. All right, let's grab a isogrid. You know what? I'm gonna do it with. We're gonna do. Helium. Well, there won't be helium. There'll be whatever the RCS needs to be for this. But where's RCS build aid? Here we go. Markers. Okay, so the center of mass does move forward pretty significantly. As it... Yeah, we'll just put it on the average and call it a day. Insert immature balls fact joke here. A slang term for, well, balls in Japanese is literally translates to gold balls. So that's what I think of every time I look at these. High pressure. High pressure, okay. And RCS. I mean, really what we need is for it to be able to, like, just... pitch itself around. I guess I want roll control. Man, those are big. Modular RCS. Let's go. Type, two-way, scale, tiny, engine. What do we have? We have helium, nitrous oxide, hydrazine. No, we can't do hydrazine. I think nitrous oxide is going to be our best ISP now. 137. HTP is 120. Yeah, nitrous oxide is our best. And each of these should have... Oh, these can't be two-way. They need to be three-way. Or even four-way, I guess. No, three-way is fine. We just want them to be, like... radial. I want pitch, yaw, and roll, so I need one sticking out the sides. I don't need front and back, but I need side to side for pitch and yaw. So it does need to be three-way. No, it doesn't, because it can use the ones on the other sides for two-way. Never mind, I'm just an idiot. I was thinking that the two-ways are all just roll engines, but... No, as long as we have pitch and yaw. Yep. Yeah, I was thinking I needed the radial out engines for pitch and yaw, but it should be able to figure out how to fire these ones for it. Although, do I have a model that's more in line? Yeah, I like these ones. There we go. I have no idea. One too big for the scale of this ship. I'm not sure what I'm going to need as far as the capability. RCS turns on when we stage. That's fine. Looks like one of those ancient telephones. The ones from the previous millennium? Yes. All right, so this is gonna be... Go away, RCS build aid. What did I decide I was using for my fuel for these? I've already forgotten. Nitrous oxide. There we go, nitrous oxide. So this should be... There we go. Yeah, I've got, I mean, presumably plenty of nitrous oxide on here now. I've got the right LR-79 for 1958 orbital rocketry. Yes. I've got the right Agena for 1958 orbital rocketry. Yes. Oh boy. Why do we get a BA1 and a BA3? Proposed engine for X-15 with a recirculate... Oh, this one's throttleable. And the BA7... Oh, and at some point these switched to UDMH. Don't know when that is. Yeah, it's only down to 50%, but still. The XLR-81 that became the Agena engine was developed simultaneously, sort of as both a rocket plane engine and then became an upper stage engine. I'd have to double check the exact specs, the exact history, but it's definitely, it's throttleable because it was part of the X-plane program. All right, what is our overall mass of this thing? 59.1. All right. Our TWR at takeoff is 1.3. You know... Oh, let's do a, let's see, select mount. You know? All things considered, I don't hate this. Yeah. With the gimbals sticking out, the vernier engines, and the way the gimbal mounts kind of hit right on the... Assuming that the part clips don't, like, screw it up in real life. Like, I don't know where the actual, like, spot that would occlude this engine is. If it's up here, then it's not going to work. But... Alright, so yeah. Payload of... Yeah, 50 navsat. 10,000 meters a second delta V. I'm just going to fly this by hand, and I'm going to see if we're anywhere near the capabilities we need for this mission. If not, then I think what we do is we pivot back to the science mission, and I should be working on the science mission first anyway. But like also this 40 megameter upper altitude is tight. Yeah, let's just, let's just sim this thing. And let's see where we're at. Oh, is it really the middle of the night? Can I see the actual date and time here? Of course not. That would be easy. I'm just gonna pop out of the VAB and warp to morning, so I don't have to mess with figuring out what time it is. So in theory, this thing should have... I mean, we'll see if we have the Delta V we need, right? Looks good on the verniers. Inclination needs to be like above 50 degrees, so I'm kind of going this way. Woohoo! Let's, yeah, I was gonna say, time for some fins. We're not really passively stable. And it doesn't have enough gimbal control to keep itself stable. I mean, it's also possible that the verniers aren't working right, and they are slightly occluded by this, mount. But let's What I might be able to do... put them in the pocket. Now that looks nice. Almost like it was intended for that or something. The actual Thor only had 2, but I like it with 4. And then, yeah, let's add some fins still. Just use a stock fin for now. I could definitely mess with fins later, I just want it to be passively stable enough. That was interesting. We're rolling. Why are we rolling? Oh, there we go. It nulled it out. Cool. Obviously, I'm not going to use these stock fins for the final build. Actually really hard to fly this thing manually into a gravity turn. This would probably be easier if I had a joystick. But trying to, you know, control the pitch of this thing without, when my gimbal is 100% or 0%, as easy as one might think. This is not a great gravity turn. It's not going to be super efficient, so I might actually have to test this with a computer program. But for this contract, we need like a periapse of 350, so like this thing can just keep pushing up. It actually doesn't have to be tilted over very far in the first stage. Well, this is going to be too high. But at this point, we're in space, so let's just do that. Oh. I also should have jettisoned those fairings a long time ago. Alright, we do seem to have good control here. Besides our AP being much higher than it needs to be, which is probably a bad thing as far as our ability to actually get into orbit. Correct. The first stage engine has no throttle. Nor does the second stage. Oh, I'm out of RCS. All right. Good to know. These spheres are not a ton of fuel. All right. Well, that was an awful flight. Maybe we do need to write a program for this. What are the chances that it flies? We could kill the main engine and keep the verniers running. That would be an interesting, historically inaccurate, because I think the verniers ran off the gas generator exhaust, at least on some of the rockets. Maybe not on this one, but, one thing I want to do is I want to make these nitrogen spheres a little bit bigger. So that is not centered. Alright, those are too big. Nope, not that big. Try again, other direction. 0.4, 0.4 looks okay. There we go. I was having trouble getting them to connect to the bottom of the ship. They were trying to connect to the engine there. So that's a little more nitrous, which is fine. You know what? Let's go look at some code here. And let's see if... What have we got? So if this ship... Alright, I gotta fix the parts... I mean, let's just... Oh, did they? Cool. Alright. So yeah, that's definitely something we can build into the program. Which Wikipedia page did you find that on? Was that for the LR1R1, or was that for the Thor, or... Because, like, I'm sure that information is scattered across multiple pages. Oh, it was on the LR101 page. Okay, cool. Yeah. After sustainer burnout, the pair of thrusters would switch to feed off the remaining propellant, becoming pressure-fed. Cool. Alright, we're going to start with our redstone code, and we're going to put it right into a new Thor. Alright, first of all, it's not an ROE A7 anymore. What is this engine? Just called an LR-79. Probably not. It's probably something else. Art? How do I see... I'm gonna go back into the... Here. Let's go back into game real quick. I'm not gonna launch it, but I can, like, check what the names of all my parts are and do what I need to do from here. So let's go ahead and open the terminal. So just print .parts. Nope. Oh my god, I hate KerbaScript. It's treating ship.parts as a bare word string, is what it's doing. Yeah. List ship.parts. No. Let me pull up the instructions for... What's the structure for a ship? Vessels and parts. Yeah, I need to list into a variable. Okay. Ship dot... Yeah, it's a list. Okay. So it's set list ship, and it's a colon, not a period. Parts in P. What? Is it not a colon? No. Parts is its own thing. There we go. I think you can also do something with set. I see two different syntaxes. Anyway, so we want the ROE LR-79 is the engine that we care about. All right. Global Thor. We're not a Redstone anymore. Heading -90 minus heading. Lock steering to heading. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so this is just doing the gravity turn with our, like, initial pitch, whatever thing. I'd like to... What did I end up doing for our initial pitch here? 2 degrees. We're gonna get rid of initial pitch, and we're gonna get rid of gravity velocity. We are going to hard code these. Because we have enough, I think, control now when we look at our booster stage, like, what we should be doing is this part, right? We wait until our altitude is above space, and then we stop caring about doing a gravity turn, and we just, like, get ourselves into the correct periapsis. And this is just waiting on the... Oh yeah, ditch the fairing. Wait until ship altitude is greater than... Oh. I think it needs to be here. 1 second. Let's make a new boot. New file. Navigation. And then we're going to do a Thor launch. Right, yeah, I'm going to make it a coroutine here. So it's, language. Delegates? No. Flow control. When, then, and on statements. This is what I want. KZ proc fairings side 1. Let fairings equal... Did I do this? Ship part stubbed. What am I doing? Local fairings... I'm still trying to write Rust instead of CurvaScript every time. Yeah. Local fairings is ship part stubbed KZ... What is this part? Proc fairing side 1. And then when... ship altitude is greater than, I don't know, we'll say 50 kilometers, then there should be able to do a, yeah, I can do like 4F in fairings, F, whatever I need to do to actually run a command on a part. Yeah, if let some stage. Yeah, I actually don't necessarily want to stage the fairings, right? I just want to jettison them with a command. But part dot... Yeah, I think for now, this works. Stage is fine. As long as it's staged in the right place, then we're doing okay. So yeah, so we set up this coroutine, and then we do Thor launch. We're going up to, what's our minimum altitude? 350, so we'll say 400. Right, yeah, I was trying to make it more robust, but probably 75 is better. And then, what are my parameters? Target PE, initial pitch, we get rid of. Oh, did I change redstone instead of oops? Yeah. And we want to go up to like 60 degrees. No, we want to go up to... Maybe it is 60. No, we want the other one. We want 30. Oh, and it is ad break o'clock. I will top off my water, and I will be right back in a couple of minutes. And we're back, and that is the wrong scene. Let's go back here. Yeah, Starfighter, we switched to holding prograde, so we end up, I don't know. I need to go, like, look up the math for, like, how you're supposed to hold your heading for various inclination orbits, because there is some math to doing it efficiently. I was just thinking about, during my quick break, this part where we lock up for 2 seconds and then kick over and then immediately and then wait. And what we probably actually want to do is do something like, let's see if I can do this. 90 minus ship velocity surface mag divided by 150. I don't even know if we need to wait for... Yeah. Well, instead of having a time, we just say, by the time we reach a certain speed, we want to be pitched over to start our gravity turn. And wherever that is based on our TWR, we'll get there. So, like, it'll pitch more quickly with a faster ship and more slowly with a heavier one. Well... And then as long as we change these in lockstep, which means that I should really put them in a... well... These only change in lockstep if I want to end up at a 1 degree pitch over every time. Which might be fine. But, yeah, that's fine, actually. Local... target pitch equals 1. And then this will be target pitch times... Yep. Yeah, just multiply by target angle. That looks... right? 90 minus blah, 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 blah. And then we wait until our... And then our heading should always be stable, but like... Here. We'll do that, and then we'll do this. That way, if it's not stable for whatever reason, by the time we hit that velocity, it will maintain heading until it stabilizes. Yeah, I could set up the fairing. That's true. I could assume that we will never do a different fairing configuration. I kind of wanted to... yeah. Yeah. That's reasonable. And actually, we can do it here, right? Wait until whatever I did. We don't need the fairings, so we just wait until the altitude. Let's see. KSP, Real Solar System, fairings, altitude. I mean, people usually do like 50 kilometers in the base game, right? Yeah, combining them so they're aware of each other. Yeah, well, that's why I was over here trying to look at, like, can I do the fairings through, like, part commands instead of stage? But I think this is fine for this Thor design to always kind of treat it as a... It has that fairing on top. Whatever's in it is the payload. So this will run Thor, right? And then we're also going to need to bring in our Agena. And then we're going to do some sort of Agena that wants to get us into a circular orbit. Logic in the when condition and the preserve keyword, yeah. I think this is fine for now, just to have the Thor assume that it has its fairings and... 100,000? Maybe I could find out for one that's specifically launched. Actually, what's the, Falcon 9 is jettisoned at 120 to 125 kilometers. Okay. So high. Admittedly, the real-world atmosphere behaves a little bit differently than the KSP atmosphere, but... And then all of this, and again, even like this, you know, and I can do this, let's see, local, target altitude is 400,000, local target, real satellites are a little more sensitive to airflow, yeah. Oh, I'm using semicolons again. Jesus. Someday, I'm gonna get fed up enough with this, and one of these streams is not gonna be Kerbal Space Program, it's just gonna be a programming stream of me building my own language for KOS that compiles to the compiled Kerbal script. I'm gonna do it. UI03. Oh, to write native Python modules in Rust. Nice. Yeah. Well, maybe. I mean, I guess there's nothing stopping me from writing... It would have to be like... What am I trying to say? I'd have to write like a KSP plugin in Rust or C# that could load Rust modules and then have them basically bind the Rust API to... Sorry, build an API shim between Rust and like KOS. Oh, that sounds like a lot more work than just writing a compiler. Because, like, KOS has compiled modules, right? So it's not a super public API that's well-defined, but I can dig through the C# and, you know, target their virtual machine instructions with a compiler pretty easily. And that was kind of my thought, was what I would do. Anyway... So this is NavSat. Obviously, we still have some things to do. And actually, this is going to be not just for navigation satellites, is it? This is going to be for, like, all commercial sats. I'll call it one. Navsat 1. All right. So yeah, this is like our target altitude, target inclination. We want to circularize. This actually shouldn't be circularized. This should be like a Gina. Whatever. I'll change it later. Because it's specifically taking AP and PE here, right? So yeah, the Thor script looks fine. We're just gonna kind of end up on a vector leaving the atmosphere, right? And then, like, this is the part where we really need to be adjusting our pitch based on our AP. Would using the orbital velocity be better than PE and AP? Maybe. Most of the contracts care about PE and AP. So, like, I kind of want my nice clean APIs from my libraries to be the things that the contracts care about, and then if I need to write library code that can do those conversions, I can do it. Yeah. I mean, it's an easy target number for our velocity, but if we're not actually circular, I think we need to care about both. Or really what we care about is our velocity and our eccentricity. I'm not sure yet. I haven't even thought about how I want to write this upper stage program. I might have to start reading some NASA white papers on stream. That'll be funny. Time to break out that primer vector paper that I posted on the Discord a few weeks ago that I still haven't properly read. But in theory, I should be able to launch this, and we'll get the Thor burning out at approximately the right time, right? Barring, you know, bugs. Let's see, if I do run once path. Oop. Oh. It won't let me do run once. So this should be slowly pitching itself. But only over to like 1 degree, so the pitch will be really minimal when it cuts over to gravity turn mode. Heading stable, switch it to gravity turn. And we're having some weird roll control happening. That's probably on me not setting up correctly with how we're doing the pitch over maneuver. But that's okay. Like, if it has a little bit of a roll program, we will all survive that. This is actually working. Now, the expectation is that when this leaves the atmosphere, again, we're not going to know the exact pitch and velocity it's going to have when it leaves the atmosphere, because depending on the payload, the gravity turn is going to behave differently. So once it hits 140, is when we could transition a little bit earlier. We could transition at the same point we ditch the payload or the fairings. But at some point we do want to transition to, a closed loop. And this might overloft slightly for this particular mission, and that's okay. Those could maybe use a little bit more. Okay, so 1, I think we want 2 degrees of target pitch at initial cutoff, not 1. We want a more aggressive gravity turn. And then 2, once we do get out of the atmosphere, we'll want to switch to closed loop control. It's possible that with this particular booster, we never really do make that conversion. Like, maybe this one stays open loop all the way up, and we just tweak the target, like, gravity turn parameters. Because it burns out pretty early. The fairing code? The fairing code is right here. It's very, very simple. Yeah. We could probably do them a little bit earlier, because KSP, not real life, like 100 probably is fine, instead of 120. And then I think we want our target pitch to be like, I think 3 is going to be too much. That might be too aggressive of a gravity turn. Target velocity is probably fine for when we do the conversion. What did we do with Orbiter? We did 120 with the Redstone, so we can try that. I mean, if we do 122, this is like exactly what I plugged in previously with the Redstone. So if this also works fine, then I'm going to say that, like, this is just my standard gravity turn parameters. If we want to pitch over further, we want to be going a little bit faster, right? Yes. Like, these two are intertwined with kind of... Yeah. The more you pitch, the harder that 150 goes, yeah. Because, like, if it's set to 3 and, like, 50, then our gravity turn is going to flip us over real fast, because at 3 degrees, we're just getting pulled down by gravity a lot. But 150 is probably fine for 3. Let's give it a shot. Oh, and I'm gonna have to do run path because this doesn't have the... But yeah, I think we could definitely get away with pitching over further. That's true, we could try to make it independent. I'm not sure that they're linearly related. It'll probably be close enough, yeah. Yeah, you could definitely tell that this is pitching a little more. Alright, switching to gravity turn, we're stable. It's doing its weird roll program thing that just happens. So we should drop the fairings a little bit earlier, which will help with sort of overall... Well, but we're also pitching over further, so who knows what that'll actually look like. This is a beautiful launch profile, actually. Bearings at 100. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then... Yeah, with this pitch gravity turn profile, we basically... So that's fine, but the LR-79, especially when we get up towards the high TWR, right, we gain a lot of altitude very quickly at the end. And this is, I think... I'm being very, very arbitrary here. Right, exactly. Killing the main engine. Engine. There we go. I can just do engine shutdown, right? Yep. And then I'm assuming that we're going to kind of drift a little bit on our target. Right, it's going to potentially fall if we kill the main engine. Maybe not a lot, though, so 1.5 might still be, like, way too high. We'll see what kind of we fall into. But I think engine shut down here, and then it will keep using, basically doing a gravity turn. And then Well, we'll need to figure out open loop, right? Using the LR101s, or sorry, in a closed loop way. And that's like this, right? This is the, like, trying to get to pitched over. You know, correcting our PE and adjusting our where we're actually putting our velocity in. And we'll want to do that here. It's not this code. I'm sure of that. So that's fine. All right, that's another iteration. Yeah. Current AP and target altitude, yeah. Yeah, you should be able to, like, linearly interpolate or adjust your pitch based on your current AP and your target altitude. You know, this is gonna sort of, by definition, overloft itself, right? Because of when we're cutting out the main engine. And that's okay. But we'll need to correct that, right? Which means that we'll actually want to pitch kind of far back down to correct for the overlofting and then balance out. I might be able to figure out how to put all the right parameters into a pit loop so that our altitude is, like, actually... Our target altitude is our target AP, and when that AP goes high, we want to pitch more down. Yeah, exactly. Like when we switch to closed loop mode, maybe it is just a PID loop. Is it just using a stock KOS PID with the target being our apoapsis, and then we'll use that with the correct P and I parameters to... Yeah, well, I can't use the... Because what you do is you're using the node, so you know, like, what your target heading is, right, when you're fully in orbit? Because that's what we were... Oh, not for ascent. Okay. Hey. Well, it did the thing. It turned off the engine. It's definitely still going up, not down, with the LR101s. So we can switch that to just be like 1x. But we should have switched to some sort of closed loop control. Yeah, I was thinking that basically what we want is like we want to keep pushing our pitch down as long as our AP is still too high, right? And then we can... Yeah, because I think what I was trying to do 2 weeks ago is I wanted to put a node at my apoapsis and use that as my, like, target vector, and then if my altitude was too high, I'd be pitched down from that target. If it was too low, I'd be pitched up. Oh, you pasted it to the Discord. Cool. Yeah, let me see what you're doing with yours. Wanted pitch is, oh hi, 100 minus ship apoapsis over target altitude. Okay, so you just do Okay, yeah, I see what you're doing there. Alright, I'm gonna revert this. First of all, given that it does seem like the LR101s have plenty of thrust, I don't think we need this, like, 1.5. We can just do this. We're still gonna overloft with the LR101s. Should add more comments. We should all add more comments. Yeah, because I think what I had tried to do last time was like, oh, I'm sure it can be solved with very rudimentary code. And yours is actually, it is a PID. Well, it's a P. It's proportional. There's no integral or derivative. But the further off you are, the more you adjust your pitch, right? But yeah, what I kind of want to do is like, so we have a target, our target periapsis, and we have we are at an altitude. Oh, I don't need orbit here? Oh, that's good to know. Whatever. So this just waits until it's above before we do anything, and then we're going to wait until we're in space. And now we need to go closed loop, right? We're running LR101 only. We're doing final kind of navigation to get to the AP that we want for our orbit. So we know we're overlofted, so we're gonna need to pitch down, right? So we have ship, orbit, apoapsis, minus target PE. Let And then if alt diff is positive, we want our pitch to be negative. I mean, ideally, I'd write this in a way that it'll work with both. But if we're not overlofted by the time we cut off the LR79, then we're not going to be running this program anyway, right? We're going to hit, like... It'll be a second stage that'll be taking over, and we might have to tell this not to run this program or something, but... if we're underlofted at the time and we need to fire the second stage early, I think that might require some different first stage code. Yeah, so you do this, like, you clamp your wanted pitch to be... I'm just going to copy this code in and try to understand it. 100 minus ship AP over target altitude over 100. Okay. So if ship AP is target altitude, then it's 100 minus 100. Wanted pitch is 0. Yeah, we can always overloft by lowering the initial pitch. Yep. Okay. And then if the... Yeah, so this is fine. It's just a matter of adjusting how the... Honestly, this might work just fine. It's just making sure that I figure out directions here. Because what we want is... Yeah, I see that. I might not clamp at all. At least to start. Okay. So we're gonna have... Angle axis. Is this what I need? Hey, this is exactly what I need. This is exactly what I want. Okay. Local function, and I'm not going to call it pitch profile. I'm going to call it AP or PE. Okay. And then it's going to be set... No, we're going to just return. It's going to be an angle axis of our wanted pitch around star facing times our facing. And then... Not local steering, lock steering. Does this look... I mean, besides maybe needing a negative sign here because who the heck knows with this directions. But we'll know pretty quickly if it pitches the wrong way when it switches to... Yeah, oh, and that's target PE. Thank you. Will this work, or do I have to pass it as a parameter? Like these nested scopes. Let's see. In space, switching to closed loop. Yeah, that's what I thought. And it's a function. Yeah. Well, in Rust, I would make it like a lambda, right? Although you can return whatever. Now I'm thinking about lifetimes, and we don't need to go there. I think it would be fine here because target PE would be copy. So even though the lock would need a static lifetime on this, it could still copy the target PE out when I define the lambda. Anyway, so yeah, insert wanted pitch is 100 minus blah blah blah. We can tweak these parameters if we need to. Yeah, this is just a proportional, which might be good enough. We might not need ID terms. If it doesn't seem stable, we can always try adding a integral or derivative term. Okay. Well, barring any typos, let's give this a try. I'm going to revert to vehicle assembly, and I'm going to set the script on this. These. Where's KOS? Boot file is navsat1. I think the only reason to use an I term in this... No, I think you could always leave I at 0 on this, I guess the only thing that you would do is you would say we're pitched over, but we're not changing as quickly as we want. So pitch over more, right? Because D would still be, we'll say, positive or negative, I guess. But you've been overlofted for a long, long time, so you just want to really point down and fix that. You know, if you had like a lower thrust vehicle, you might want an I term so that it can really... But I think you could also get away with just a bigger P term. My understanding is that most real-world PID loops are really just PD loops. Ooh, KOS. Yeah, one of these is the right terminal. I don't know which one. It's not the navigation CPU. It's one of these two that's avionics. I should maybe rename one of these. Oh, it highlights. Beautiful. So it's, not that one. No. Yes. Alright, yep. Switching to gravity turn, we do our little roll program. Do a little turn on the catwalk. Something else that I do want to do is figure out how to handle the different stages, kind of knowing when they're activated, right? Because like the Thor stage goes up, drops the fairing, drops its payload. In theory, that program could be a boot script on this avionics, and then the next stage would need a boot script that needs to detect when it's been deployed, either via an event from the Thor stage, but then the Thor stage needs to know about the other avionics, or maybe it can keep an eye on staging and be like, hey, my engine is now in stage... I'm not sure. I'll have to play with some of that. But like, that's the dream, right? The dream is that I can take this Thor booster, clip it onto the bottom, and not have to write any code. Yeah, they can communicate, but I have to make sure that I do it in a way so I don't have to change the code on the Thor booster. That, like, it always knows the name of its next stage or something like that. Or maybe it just broadcasts to all CPUs in its own vessel and says, hey, booster stage cutoff, do whatever you need to do for booster stage cutoff. Alright, so this is going to stay in this pitch program, even though it's overlofting itself a little bit, until it hits 140. Bonk. Star facing not found on vessel. What did I literally copied this code from the... Lol. How do I do this? I did something with ship star facing once before, and I don't remember. Let me just dig into the structures again. It's gonna be... No, it's... Is it under orbits? Is that where orbitable is? Here it is. I think I need to do ship prograde. Oh, ship facing, star facing? Okay. Oh, ship facing star vector. Or do I want ship prograde star vector? Yeah. I think this is what I want, because I want to do it relative to the ship's prograde. Well, really it should be relative to prograde at our target periapse, right? But what'll happen here is we'll... Is this right? I think the problem is I want this wanted pitch to be relative to the prograde vector at apoapsis, and now I'm back to wanting to get a node, right? Yeah, star vector is a direction. And then angle axis. Okay. Yeah, if we want to use all of the fuel in the LR101s, then what we really want is to find the right prograde so that we're... I don't know. Let's try this as it is. I don't think it's perfect, but it should do something. I think what'll happen is, because we pitch relative to our prograde, early on, we'll pitch over and we'll continue overlofting, which will force us to keep pitching more and more. And then as we get closer to AP, I don't know. I think this works as long as the LR101s make it most of the way to AP. If they don't, then it's gonna be funky. Alright, gravity turn, we're doing our roll, that's fine. This part is all the same every launch. So I think what we should see when we switch to open loop control is we'll be over lofted, so it'll pitch down a little bit. Because our prograde is still pointed fairly up at that point, we will continue to become more over lofted, and we'll continue to pitch over more and more and more. And this is where clamping might be good. We'll see what it does. It might just decide to fully turn itself around. But what it should immediately do is that we'll see the prograde vector. Yep. And we should see it. Oh, I think I need a negative sign on that angle. I think we're pitched up relative to our prograde, not down. And as we get further... Are we pitching up further? Yes, we are. Okay. So I need a negative sign. Stupid left-handed coordinate systems. Negative wanted pitch. But it is working. It pitches itself relative to, like... But this is where, like, the I term would come in handy, actually, because what we have is the... We're pitching relative to prograde, and if we're pitched over and we're still not... And we're still going up, then we want to pitch over further. Although I guess that's also a D term. Because our D is in the wrong direction, so it should be correcting a little bit. Beautiful. Yeah, so it aligns itself, pitches down. AP is still going up because... we're not pitched over far enough, but as the AP goes up, it'll pitch over harder. Yeah. Maybe a PD term would be nice here. Just to say, hey, you're still not correcting, pitch over more. But as we get closer to AP, we should finally start correcting. Maybe. The target is 400. Now it's pointing down. I might just need a stronger P term. Yeah. So what do you do your wanted pitch relative to? Because obviously doing it relative to prograde with as early as we start this program, we're still pitched up pretty high. So we need to pitch further down. And I can, like, scale this pitch in some way relative to our... Let's see. What am I looking for? Surface. Ah, you used it all the way from launch. Okay. Oh, so you're pitching over relative to surface then, basically at all times. Okay. I mean, we could do that. Instead of doing this, it would be... pitched down relative to, I mean, our, like, what do I want? I want something like... Yeah, so I'd want, instead of this, I'd use a heading of ship heading, wanted pitch, whatever the third parameter to heading is. Yep, roll. Which apparently I've been doing as negative heading, and that seems to be doing something. Oh yeah, so that should always keep it rolled so that it's, like, up relative to its whatever. Okay, let's try this then. Doing this, so it'll pitch over much more aggressively as soon as we're in space. I guess I could also be using HDG here. All right, but Twitch has been yelling at me for the past 5 minutes that it's time for a break, so I'm going to let the ad break run and top up my water, and I will be back in 3 minutes, and we will test this. We could probably make a bunch of improvements in future streams. Yes, I agree. Let's see how this version does pitching relative to the surface instead of to prograde. Again, what I really want is my pitch relative to our prograde vector at apoapsis, but I don't think that that's easy to get. So, at least not until we get lunar range comms and we have the ability to make a node. I could probably calculate it, like what my angle, the angle of the tangents between AP and me based on orbital parameters. And that would tell me like how much to add to my pitch calculation from like prograde. I don't think it's too bad. It's too difficult, right? Because like we have a parametric idea of an ellipse. We have our time, we have our eccentricity, we have our current... Yeah, maybe. I think that I would need to draw it and sit and remember how the math of ellipses work, and I might do that off stream and just have it ready for the next one instead of working through all of that math and deriving that on stream. But... yeah, whiteboard stream. Because, yeah, it's all we need is the tangent at AP and the tangent at our position and the angle between them. And that tells us how much pitch to add to our calculated sort of pitch delta. And I think that's easy enough to do. As long as I can figure out how to parameterize ourselves sort of onto the ellipse correctly with the time to AP and all that. Alright, so this time when it switches to closed loop, it should pitch over hard, which I don't necessarily love. Cool. Yeah, orbit at and related functions. Yeah. Orbit at is probably what I actually care about more than... I think I tried to do it by making a node before, but... yeah, position at, orbitable time, velocity at, orbitable... yeah, this is what I want. Yeah, I want the velocity at, orbitable, at time. Oh, I was looking at the notes over here. This looks like it's doing the right thing. It pitched over relative to... oh, we are... oh, that's just the... no, it's not. That's just, the awful nav ball of Principia. look at the ground. Oh. Oh yeah, we're going sideways relative to the ground because we're in a polar, very heavily angled orbit. So we shouldn't be heading straight. This is like a 60-degree inclination. Our orbit track seems okay. And I think if we look at the surface prograde, we're mostly pointed correctly. I don't love north. Due north instead of a little further over, but... I think it's okay. What I am seeing, though, is that we are going to need to account for telling this stage to be done. Because these LR-101s will sit here for a long time, and at some point we do need to fire the upper stage sooner than later, actually. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, the burn timing compared to the APETA. Yeah, we could do that. Or probably what we need to do is just say that, like, once we hit, like, a minute to AP or something like that, we end the Thor program and hand it off to the upper stage. Yeah, one or the other. Because, yeah, I think we missed our, yeah, we're not looking great for being able to hit this contract. Man, this didn't even hit orbit. I guess 400 is quite a bit higher than most of the other stuff that I've been flying. Yeah, that is not ideal. This should have... What's our delta V on this whole stack? I guess we did leave a lot of delta V on the table with like 5 minutes left of LR-101 burn, right? So yeah, we do need to make sure that we don't stop too soon. I want to launch this again. Because what we want is like we want to cut off the engine when like our time to AP is the... Yeah, or we keep the main engine running during closed loop control. That's an option too. Because the main engine cuts off pretty early. I think the problem is that we're still very overlofted when we hit 140, but there's not a lot of time left on the engine. And maybe the answer is we just cut off the main engine at 140 when we switch to closed loop, instead of trying to use altitude or... Woohoo! Yeah, that's a great maneuver. Another option... You're in a career mode game. This function requires you to have where you can make maneuver mode. Okay, yep. So yeah, we wait until ship altitude. I mean, we could do this, right? We're probably going to overloft a little further. We can also adjust our target pitch and velocity for when we switch to... Let's try this. Let's just keep the engine going until we hit space and switch to closed loop. We always shut down the engine when we switch to closed loop, and just kind of carry on. With the Atlas, this will be a lot easier, because we would have already dropped our LR89s, and would be just using the LR105 and the 101s. And the 105 sustainer has a much more manageable TWR. That's the other thing we could look at. I could build an Atlas. This might be easier with an Atlas, and that sounds ridiculous to say, but most of this script should just apply to an Atlas. Yeah. It's kind of annoying that just being able to, like, get some basic calculations from your orbital parameters, even if you're not making nodes, is gated behind nodes in KOS. That doesn't feel... like it completely makes sense to me, but... Right. But what I care about is prediction, right? I care about my, like, AP tangent vector. Whoa! That was cool! That was two very cool things in close sequence. Oh, man. The fairings bouncing off the fin, very cool. Yeah, we're very overlofted here now. Even with the adjustment to try to burn down. It's really not. Turn SAS off. Oh, is that it? Am I out of fuel again? Yes. And this doesn't have gimbal, does it? It does. SAS to prograde, please. Will you figure yourself out? Maybe. Yeah, it's trying to pitch itself back down. I probably should have waited to... What if we go to closed loop at 100K with the fairing ditch instead of waiting all the way to space? Yeah, that might work. Yeah, then we should pitch more aggressively sooner. This is not gimbaling. Don't you have gimbal? Maybe not. Yeah, let's try that. Let's go closed loop sooner. So we ditch the fairings. We don't do an engine shutdown. We just switch to closed loop. Oh, this is an Agena, not an AJ-10. Of course it doesn't gimbal. That's the other thing I need to be careful of, is making sure that we save the RCS. We don't turn on RCS as part of the Agena program until we're ready to actually stabilize for our burn, because doing it early is just wasting. Wasting RCS fuel to do it early. Alright. Still gotta work on that fairing jettison and not blowing up the fins, but we're gonna have much smaller fins in the final design, if we even need fins now that it's under computer control instead of Brennan control. Yeah. It's definitely looking better. I mean, it's a pretty aggressive pitch over there. But this is a pretty overlofted design to begin with, so... How long is our burn time? A minute. So around now. Let's stabilize to prograde. Oh, only one of my tanks has fuel. They didn't get fuel in symmetry. Jeez, no wonder I keep running out of... I still don't think this is going to have, like, the Delta V that it needs at this stage, but... We're also still very overlofted. Like, this contract only calls for, like, 350, I think? Yeah. And I made 400 to be safe, but, like, if we can consistently hit 350, then we can change this program to target, like, 400. Yeah. And 400 will be better both from a, getting the Thor more sideways more sooner perspective, and from a... Yeah, exactly. We should just target 350, because we're always going to overloft a little bit. So that'll be... And then I think if we are going to target 350, we probably want to... I'm going to change the target pitch for the gravity turn, and we're going to see how much that screws things up. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, I mean, it got to 400 and it just tilted itself over, right? Which is exactly what we want. I think at 350, we ended up... I think where we hit 350 in the gravity turn is maybe too early. We'll see where it's at. I can put it back to 3 degrees, but it's at a 4-degree pitch for the gravity turn now, which is going to be a little more aggressive. Might be too much even, but... I mean, this is looking better from, like, an overall gravity turn perspective, pitching over to 4. It still kicks itself over very hard. Well, and I know I was in... I was time warped. I was waiting for like 120 or 140, not 100. I just forgot what I was doing. So let's actually go to 100 this time and pay attention to what it does. Alright, we're in gravity turn mode. And... And 100. Yeah, and it pitches itself over pretty aggressively. Fade closed looping gradually? Maybe. No, 360 is fine, and I don't mind if it overlofts a little bit, because we very rarely need a under on these sorts of things. Yeah, and this is still pointed slightly up because I'm just pointed prograde using SAS here, and we can tweak that in the... Still not quite there. All right, so I'm not surprised that we can't quite hit this with this 1958 tech, considering that, like, in the real world, this is supposed to be a 1960 mission. I do think we have a decent Thor booster, though. I think it's working fine. I think I need to do something about the fairing jettison. Here, let's go back into the VAB and start fixing things. Yeah, fixing the pitch over program so that we're... I mean, ideally, what you would almost want to do is try to figure out if you can, from a final apoapse, from a final AP, like, work backwards on your... I don't know. Work backwards on your gravity turn or something like that. Let's get rid of these chunky wings, and let's use something a little bit smaller. I mean, that's that white paper that I posted about, like, how gravity turns are computed. You would do that, but run it backwards. Ones of these are small. Well, Besides being stock, and therefore looking not great. And then the other thing I need to do is look at these. Okay, ejection power doesn't seem to have a... The one that I posted shouldn't have had a... Oh, yeah. That is a DOI post. You can copy and paste that into your favorite scientific paper archive on the internet, and that you should be able to grab it. But yeah, the DOI number is just the standard reference. That's right. I did have to grab that one from an archive site. All right, so the smaller wings, I hate these. The I hate these less. Oh, that does clip right through the exhaust, though. I wonder if we even need winglets on this at this point. Like, now that it's under computer control instead of my terrible human control. The real Thor did... Some versions had tiny wings and some didn't, it looks like. But they are, like, winglets, not even this big of fins. I'm just going to use procedural wings. I'll stop messing with it. Honestly, that's probably about all it needs. Like, offset down a little bit, bring it in. Alright, so winglets fixed. I need to fix they're not helium spheres, they're other spheres. Open. Why can't I right-click on this now? I can't open the menu. KSP, why are you so terrible? Let's just leave the VAB and come back in and hope that I can open the part panel. Hey, there we go. Utilization full. Tank type. High pressure. You are going to be filled with... Do I remember? No. Open... Here. Fill nitrous oxide for the RCS. There we go. Now we'll put it in there. And actually, that being the case now, I can probably make these smaller again. Because we don't need anywhere near as much as 4 times as we had. Just like twice as much, so there's a little more comfort room. These have higher ejection power, which hopefully will like push them out of the way more. This is working fine in this part. All right. What time is it? Where are we at? I think we can either look at... I don't think this cosmic ray science one is going to do much better on this build of a Thor-Regina with the 1958 tech. Could be wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. Well, maybe. Let's try it. Let's take this off. Let's put Sputnik on. Well, let's not do a Sputnik. Let's do a procedural. With a decoupler. Let's figure out the avionics. Science core, early avionics, EC amount. Even that's too much. 100. And let's... Oh, I need to reroute. Get the rocket off to the side and let's get this probe designed. What do I need? 45 days of charge, that's fine with solar panels. Cosmic ray science and video imaging. Early TV camera is video. Cosmic ray science is the radiation detector. I hope. Yeah, cosmic ray science is the radiation detector. Okay. And the other thing that this will need is looking at its antenna. Does this have an antenna? Communication. There we go. We will want to use UHF for this one over these distances. Maximum distance is, we'll say 40 megameters. Plan. Okay, yeah, no connection. That's what I thought. Active transmission time, 100%. All right, there we go. 36 dBm. And this is going to say that this has a duration of 25 minutes. I might need more battery than this, so it doesn't lose power like halfway through its orbit. I'm not sure what its orbital period is going to be. But if I find electrical and grab these... I think I want these ones, the tinies. Which one of these are... No. Yeah, this one. Let's see. Celestial body, Earth, solar panel output simulated. This still doesn't want to figure it out. Oh, it says produced 20 watts, consumed 65 watts. Ouch, those comms. What if we say we have TL1? Why is this not working? And like our active transmission time won't actually be 100%, but like, dang. That's a lot of power. What if we use something bigger? So I can make these solar panels chunkier. There we go. So that's what it takes. I'm worried that this is also... Is this 89 watts assuming all 4 of these are getting power simultaneously? Also, will this even fit in here? I mean, yes. Let's see. Do that, please. Oh, this is also extraordinarily heavy. Science... Oh, I've got way... Okay, never mind. It's still extraordinarily heavy. This is not going to hit those orbital parameters. $200 by 36 million. Nope. I mean, we could put a kicker stage on it, probably. But I don't think we're gonna get, like, massive improvements. One thing that I could do is we accept that it's just not gonna be in communication when it's way up high? Rotating solar panels are just extendable ones. I don't remember the Aegina satellite bus. I think they're just I'm not sure. I'll have to double check. Benz, Hex, Go back to 6. So if we call that the ship, and we adjust comms for, instead of 40 megameters, we do like a megameter. Yeah, we can get down to like 4 dBm. This is much more manageable. Okay. And what this means is that when it swings in, it has to be able to, like, blast out all of its science. So I might need to increase the bits per second here. How far do we need to go to get... There we go, 6 dBm, 8 bits per second. At 1 megameter, which is plenty. Although, actually, if we're only going down to 250 kilometers. Yeah, we have plenty. Oh yeah, 0 dBm. Still plenty. So this would lose... This will lose signal every time it goes up and over the... You know, through its the high part of its orbit, but that's just fine. And it should be in the sun for most of its time because it's going to be on such a weird elliptical orbit anyway. So this produces almost 5 times as much power as it actually needs. So that should be okay to keep the batteries topped up. All right. What does our delta V look like for this thing? Probably still not what we need it to be. That was... Yeah, 9883. And then if we put it on like a kick stage... GCRC or something. I mean, that's an extra 2,000 meters a second. And it's probably going to be mostly available. Yeah, 11427? Yeah, we can unload some nitrous. That is true. Not very much. And the difference in how much RCS control we have from going down to 0.2 versus 0.3 diameter is huge. I think it's worth the 50 dV for the... Alright, and right now the top still needs to be the boot file, because I haven't... What did I call you? I guess you're still the navsat. There we go. You're not navsat 1, though. What are you? High altitude cosmic ray science. I'm just going to call you Cosmic for now. Okay. I'm curious how close this is with this 11.4 meters a second of DV. Oh, actually, let's set up our... Let's copy this file. What are you gonna be? Cosmic. So our target alt here is only 200,000. Our target inclination can be lower. Both of which will save us quite a bit of oomph. I think we're going to be overlofted with the current Thor program, though, if we only care about getting over, like, 200,000. The Thor is going to pitch down hard to try to correct for this. But let's see what it does. KOS, reload boot folder. What did I call this thing? Cosmic. Right. One more degree initial pitch. Yeah. I want to not have to tweak that for multiple launches, right? But maybe I will have to do that. Okay, this is not finding the file. 1 second. Let me actually check in my file manager and figure out what's going on. Boot cosmic.ks. It's right there. Reread boot folder. That's so weird. It's like it knows that the... It knows it's there. This one has it. Yeah, well, that's what this button is supposed to do, is refresh when it's in the VAB, but it's like... Some of them have... Oh, see? Only one of them got the updated... That's funny. That's a, I guess a KOS bug. It only updates one of the avionics when you reread. Open. You should have no boot file. You should have no boot file. You should have Cosmic. There we go. Cosmic is still... We still haven't even written the code for the Agena. I am gonna set the Thor to pitch 1 more degree. And we're gonna see if that gets us to a shallower exit from the atmosphere. But there is a point of diminishing returns where we're just going to have to accept that the Thor stage is going to overloft us, and we want to fix that on the Aegina end, right? Because otherwise we're going to be pitched over way too far, too low in the atmosphere. Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's sim this. Let's see. Wait, let me double check these mission requirements. Above 200, transmit a bunch of science. Okay. So we don't actually have to do a... I don't think there's anything we have to do special other than have the Delta V for that ridiculous apoapsis. But yeah, the sea level TWR on this thing is rough. Is it Alt that makes it surface attach? I forget. Yes, but no. What did I do? All right. It is break time. I will be back in 3 minutes as soon as I find this rocket and fix it. And then we'll test this program. All right. Welcome back from the break, everybody. Appreciate everyone who stuck around during the ad break. I know long ad breaks are no fun, but the one long ad break an hour is the best way that I can make sure that you're not missing anything on my stream when ad breaks happen. There's no pre-roll ads, and I always take a break when the ad break happens. And that means that you don't miss anything that I'm doing. We all just get to take a break and get some water once an hour. That's how I try to run things. And I think it's kind of the best option I have, given how the options that Twitch gives me as a streamer to manage ads. Anyway, I think this is ready to try. I checked staging before the break. So yeah, I think we're going to see how this does. I tweaked the pitch over on the Thor a little bit. It's still... Again, we might just have to accept that Thor is going to overloft things that want lower orbits, and they're going to have to correct that themselves. And that's where me reading the primer vector white paper would be the right thing to do, because primer vectors are how you fix that. Let's see if this works with a 4-degree pitch. Or no, we're up to a 5-degree pitch? Let me double check. Yeah, we're up to a 5-degree pitch now, which is getting pretty aggressive. Heaves itself off the launch pad, as always. And we still only have the first stage program of this, like, done. But it'll be interesting to see how well... I mean, just tweaking the pitch over, how well can this target, like, different orbits? Was that Firefly? Not intentionally. Okay, roll program done. And what that roll program should always do, yeah, it aligns our target. It aligns us so we're facing up and we're just kind of always pitching downwards. Yeah, the 5-degree pitch is definitely an aggressive pitch program. Maybe it's okay, though. I'm not hating the way this looks. I'll want to test it with the other one, too, just to see, like, how they behave together. But... yeah, this might come in underlofted for the other mission profile. So maybe I do need to make pitch a parameter, but... Yeah, maybe not. Maybe this will push up to 400 pretty easily here. Yeah. No, we don't need to be putting ourselves into that 200, well, it corrected itself pretty well. It just looked really stupid doing it. Prograde, we've got about 1:20. So, like, 40 seconds. We can do it now. Compute the closed loop pitch in the background and switch when they're within a degree of each other. Ooh, that could be an interesting one. I'm worried that we would switch too early and still have too much of an AOA at atmosphere transition. I mean, for most of these missions, we don't actually care about RAP or what will be RPE, right? For most of them, we care about having certain eccentricities and certain orbital inclinations. So maybe what we do is we just pick a pitch that works for most of our you know, pick an angle that we don't have too much gravity loss or too much I should have spun this up before I fired it, but hopefully we'll be okay without spin stabilization. Pick an angle where we don't have too much gravity loss and where we come out at a reasonable apoapse, and just call that our, like, just standard launch profile. God, we can't do this one either. I mean, this will get lots of science, at least, but well, I mean, the other thing we could do is we could just, like, cap the angle of attack on the correction so it smooths itself. But I'm trying to see if we can get a connection on this thing. I want to see... As far as being able to lob these further, there is a rocket design thing we can do, and it's what I should have done from the start. And it's we build an Atlas instead of a Thor. Like, realistically. And we can start working on that now. I think the Thor will be fine once it's teched up, and we'll be able to use the Atlas for heavier launches. But just right now, the Thor with these upper stages, we just don't have the oomph for what these missions need. Unfortunately. Connection in progress. I would really like to see this connect. Hey, there we go. Oh, this has a ton of science, at least, on it. Yeah. Cosmic ray science. Oh, there's still plenty of cosmic ray science in Earth Space Low. I mean, video imaging is per biome. So, like, this would get us science, at least. We could launch this right now and get a bunch of science. Well, not right now, because it's using 58 tech, not 57. Oh, yeah, the original Atlas is a gorgeous, gorgeous ship. One might even call it iconic. If one liked calling things iconic. Let's start building an Atlas. I think we can reuse most of the Thor launch program that we came up with. We'll just need to use, we'll need to handle when we, 4 meters? Okay. What am I trying to say? We will need to handle dropping the skirt. That's what I was trying to say. You know, actually, let's do a 3-meter fairing for the Atlas. It's big, but it's fine. Do we have an Atlas-style fuel tank? We do. Oh, actually, I could do balloon tank on that. 1 second. 1 second. Oh, this is gonna stink to fix, but we're gonna do this real quick. We're gonna try something. This is gonna make this rocket a lot more expensive, but we might not need to build an Atlas after all. What did I do for the mount? Tight shroud with 4 of these kind of tucked into the pockets. Yeah, WD-40 is, I don't remember if I already said this or if I just thought it when I saw your sentence the first time and then kept working on my rocket. The WD and WD-40 is water displacer, and it's used to, well, keep water away from things, like metal rockets. We're still going to use the 58 tech. Yeah, S3D, that's fine. Burn time, 3 minutes, 2 seconds. So this can go up a little further, even. Alright, so using balloon tank instead of a structured tank brings us up to... It gives us an extra 800 meters a second DV. That's not a ton. I was expecting better. Oh, and I haven't even hooked these back on yet. I was really expecting this to get me more. I guess most of the mass is in our payload, right? What can I do for the payload? Start at the top when you're trying to make a rocket lighter. 33 watts produced versus 7.35 watts consumed, but I think that's potentially over all 6 solar panels. No, that is with 1 solar panel. Okay, I can make these a lot smaller. Because, yeah, each of these makes 12 some odd watts now. Okay. That's a start. Hey, there we go. That was just as much delta V gain as we got from switching to balloon tanks. Procedural avionics. We don't have better tanks there yet. This doesn't need an antenna. Disabled. Configure avionics. Oh, how did we end up with so much EC again? Why preserve dimensions? Okay. Honestly, even 100 is probably fine here. How long does this run? 30 minutes, yeah. That didn't gain us a bunch of delta V, though. I think this may have just been glitched about its... This decoupler is as lightweight as it can be. We can't do high pressure in balloon tanks. I could do a balloon upper stage, but that's not very realistic. I don't think reducing this much is going to be... No, we're getting, like, single digits of delta V from that. I mean, this is up quite a bit. We're up, like, what, 800 meters a second from where we were when we started? Oh, this thinks we're ditching these very early. Let's also make sure all of our staging is correct. I mean, 800 meters a second is 800 meters a second. The other thing that I want to try... What if we just, like... two verniers? They're on the first stage. I don't think it's worth... two of them... 2, 3, 5, 8 versus 3 of them, or 4 of them. 100 meters a second. It's not nothing. We definitely don't need 4, but it looks better. That's the thing. But yeah, the original only used 2. We could get away with 2, I'm sure. And by the original, I mean the actual Thor. Our burn time actually goes up a little bit. 3 minutes 2, 3 minutes 7 without... Yeah, 3 minutes 9 now. Okay. Up to 1, 2, 3, 11, so it's better. Everything running, yeah, 18 minutes. I mean, at this point, going down from like 500 to like 100 here, I don't think is going to save us much. Doesn't even change. Yeah, even that doesn't really do much, does it? We also might be able to find a better upper stage than this GCRC. Like, I just kind of picked one. $2,800, 18,000... I don't remember how these are actually, like, rated. 880. Yeah, GCRC is significantly better. 2,500. Yeah, I might be able to downsize the RCS. That is true. If we bring them down to, like, half scale... Oh, 1 second. Let's actually reattach all this. $60 meters a second, which isn't nothing. Every gram helps, I suppose. Anything I could do for this ring decoupler? I wonder if I can find a different decoupler that will be... See if we can use a procedural decoupler and end up in a better place. Did I mess something up, or is this significantly heavier? 0.018 tons. Oh no, I messed something up. 12539. Thermally decouple. Yeah. Versus 12374. Okay, yeah. All right, the procedural one's better. I mean, I think we gained like a kilometer a second of delta V tweaking this thing. It is using balloon tanks on a Thor, which isn't super realistic. I don't know if I want to tool two sizes of balloon tanks for the Thor and the Atlas. Let's go back here and let's try to get rid of... What did I do? What was I trying to do? We hit 100,000. And then... What if I do something like... I mean, what's the ISP of these LR101s? Oh. So the ISP of these is 240 in the vacuum versus 288. Okay, so the LR101s are actually worse. Other than not being able to manage this thing, the LR101s are worse. So I think I'm gonna try this. We're gonna jettison here. We're gonna ignore this whole trying to care about our PE thing. And then we're gonna wait until... I mean, that's it. We deal with it with our insertion, with our gravity turn, and if our gravity turn is fine... Removing 2 had additional positive effects. Yeah, it would have had additional positive effects. Especially since we have RCS on the upper stage, we don't necessarily need to maintain them around for, Alright, so I want to do this. This is going to be a test with basically just a gravity turn. We're going to have a higher AP than we need. That's okay. Because again, if I could just get a good gravity turn for like the main Thor booster stage... Or at least for like the Thor-Regina combo... Because, like, how much does this top probe weigh? Yeah, 250 grams. No, 250 kilograms. Out of 60 tons. So, like, not nothing. But I don't think it's significantly... I don't think the payload significantly affects our gravity turn at this scale of rocket the way it did on the Redstone. So I think we just standardize our gravity turn to have a decent enough AP, and then if our standard is like 350 or 600 or whatever, then that's our standard. The only issue with that is that it potentially... Because, like, we're losing so much in steering losses when we do that, like, aggressive correction to bring the AP back down, right? Something we could potentially try, depending on when the Agena burns out. We'll see what this mission profile looks like. Let's just fly this. I'm still flying the upper stages by hand in these tests, so we haven't even started working on the Agena guidance program yet. But depending on what our PE is when the Aegina burns out. Or if it's our AP on the other side, it may make more sense to do half an orbit and then fire the GCRC from the other side, right? Let's see what this gravity turn profile looks like. So at 120, we should see ourselves kick over to tracking donk. This is gonna turn upside down, isn't it? I think I made this gravity turn a little too aggressive. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Well, yes. This is too aggressive. Or it's just absolutely perfect for this flight. One or the other. What's our time to AP? Okay. Can I please stage? Oh no, I can't. I have no connection. That's hilarious. All right, well, that is another benefit of having a higher lofted rocket, is that we have line of sight back to the Cape. I'm going to tweak our gravity turn parameters a little bit. I'm going to double check our... Double check the antennas here as well before I refly. Because I removed the antennas from you and from you. So it's just you, which is 0 dBm on UHF. $200 kilometers? Yes. 500 kilometers? Sort of. 1 megameter? No. Okay, let's give this at least a little. And then we double check that we still are, like, perpetual. Yeah. Alright, 6 dBm I think will be fine. I think we have more ground stations. They're just not useful from where I was going. And with only a 200 kilometer, like, range, we have to be, like, directly above them, right? Because we're, like, 200 kilometers above the ground, plus downrange distances, so... I was just being way too aggressive, with what I thought I could get away with there. And I did adjust this so it's not going to be, like, quite so exactly at 200 meters. I'm trying to find a good, like, in-between pitch program that we can use for, like, every flight of this thing. That'll get us to, like, a 4-ish. Because, yeah, also, if we're spending too much time going horizontal in the atmosphere, we're wasting fuel. But boy, is it hard. All right. This is a little high. And we just lost again. Hopefully we'll get a pickup before... I didn't change the pitch angle there. I changed the target velocity. But yes, maybe split the difference. We're going to get a program? Are we going to get a connection? Can I actually test this rocket? Please. Please. No. I need to be using physics warp, not Rails warp. Otherwise, it's not gonna... It's looking very pretty. Agreed. I would just like to have, would like to have comms. Is there a way to... Oh, no, you can't see the full settings from here. Video and graphics, conic patch. Yeah, here's our things. There's Wallops and Bermuda, but they're, I guess, just a little too far away for us with our current altitude and whatever our distance from them is. Need a comm boat? Yeah. I'm going to split the difference on the target velocity because the pitch angle seems fine. Or I guess I could keep the target velocity at 150 and pitch over another degree. Toggle open. Look at this again. Antenna planning to... Where is JRUS Wallops? We want to be able to reach Wallops from like 2 megameters. Yeah. Oof. That's getting up there in... That's true. I could set that up without doing anything else. I could have the computer do it. But yeah, it turns out Wallops is just a slightly lower, well, 10 dBm, and 10 dB is significant, right? That's the difference between me needing 6 dB in like 26 dB. All right, so let's do 10 dBm. Don't think Wallops can get me from that, but I think... Oh, can Cape Canaveral even do it? Not from 2 megameters. But if I put too much more on, we're gonna have power issues. And this thing's already heavy. So... yeah, let's just forget what we need to do with... So the Thor's gonna finish. We're gonna lock throttle to... No, that's fine. So... we unlock steering at the end of Thor, right? Yeah, unlock steering, unlock throttle. So we want to wait until ETA apoapsis. There we go. Yeah. Wait until ETA apoapsis is less than 1. Stage. Lock steering to ship prograde. RCS on. You know what? We're gonna do this. We're gonna give it, like, a few seconds to steer. Wait until ETA apoapsis is less than 1. Stage. Lock throttle to 1. Wait until... oh, I didn't get the Aegina. We need to wait until the Aegina engine burns out and then stage again. No, I don't. I just wait until ship thrust is 0. We don't want it to try to use the RCS to push us forward. Wait until ship thrust is less than epsilon. Stage again. There we go. That'll fire the Aegina and then the kick stage. In the real world, we might want to fire the Aegina and then, like, swing around half in orbit and then fire the kick stage, depending on our whatever, but that'll be other parts of the program. Let's just get this running for now. So yeah, we wait till we're 5 seconds away, we lock to prograde, turn on RCS, wait until we're a second away. Oh, that's true. RCS can't translate, so it won't do that. It doesn't hurt to turn it off. Oh, I guess we could turn it on then in that case, because that'll keep us pointing prograde. In that case, we want to wait until we're, like, less than 40. No, we'll do, like, 35 and 32. There we go. This should track prograde a little bit better as we're getting close to AP. It doesn't really matter. But this is what I was doing in my manual flights. Alright. And then let's make sure our staging looks right. It'll stage, orient itself, stage again, burn out that, and then stage one more time. I think that's correct. Oh, we might not get any contracts done. This might be entirely rocket development, but that's okay. Ooh, this 6 degrees might be too much now. Actually, we're doing okay. Oh, this is perfect for, like, both of our payloads. This is beautiful. I will happily take a 500-meter, like, standard burnout altitude. Yeah. I don't remember all the circumstances that will make RCS try to take over for your engines. I think it only turns on RCS, like, when you don't have other engines and you're throttled up trying to move forward or something like that. Like, it doesn't use it all the time. All right, this should be... Wait, we missed it. It didn't fire. Did I change the wrong Oh. Guess who changed the wrong computer? This is the navsat, not the... not the cosmic. Alright. So what did we do here? Target altitude isn't even a thing anymore, is it? The Thor just, like, launches into its own thing. Because we don't use this at all. Yeah. We just have the heading. Okay. And we'll fix that here as well. And then all the rest of this is what it should be. I just need to... Because, yeah, if the Agena burns out and we're, like, at a 500 by 200, then it's better for us to go halfway around for this mission profile. I think I have mentioned a couple of times. But this won't do that. So... This should give us that 500 kilometer AP again, more or less. That didn't change. Yep. A little bit higher, some variance in thrust, etc., but... Let's see, this one should kick on this time. Ooh, okay. We are drifting, because I turned off RCS too soon, and we still had... No, I didn't turn off RCS. Why are we drifting so badly? We have plenty of... Well, this is obviously not going to work great with it spinning around like this. Is it spinning around? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just the nav ball moving underneath me because of where my orbit is. Nope. We also didn't fire... No, we're spinning. What happened? Wait until our AP is under 32, stage, lock throttle to 1. RCS should still be on the whole time. Prefer to do them this way. Makes me feel better. But... I'm very confused. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. This wait until ship thrust, whatever, might just be the wrong condition. But... Well, if it doesn't think the ship thrust went below 1, then it won't stage, right? That was what I was wondering, like, did I mess up that condition? Print, So 1, let's give ourselves a little more time to, like, stabilize our prograde. And then we're gonna print, like, firing Agena. Print... Yeah, and that's the same here, right? Yeah, wait until ship thrust equals 0. Wait until ship thrust is, okay, less than 1. Oh, it could have been power. That's possible. All right, let's add some debug prints. Let's check our... What's our runtime here? I mean, this is supposedly 30 minutes that the upper stage can run. Let's relaunch this and, yeah, I mean, I might need more battery on the upper stage. That is absolutely a possibility. Oops. Apparently, Accidentally taking those off and putting them back on messed up their staging. Yeah, it did. Alright, engines, thingy, whatever. Thingy. That all looks fine. Oh, I've got a couple more test flights in me, and then I'm going to have to call it an evening and go get some dinner, because I am starving. Alright, this is the one I care about. Heading stable, gravity turn. This should be basically the same profile. Yep. Somehow a little bit higher with every flight. Can physics warp this a little bit faster. Oh. I figured it out. Let's just add a minimum burn time to that Aegina. So the issue was that it staged, the ship thrust was too low because the Aegina hadn't fully spun up, and then it tried to stage and couldn't because stage wasn't ready. That's funny. And of course I don't have control here because we have no signal. But hey, the Aegina gets it to like 500 by 800. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. All right, let's fly this one more time with that fixed stage. Hopefully, we will actually have a good deployment of this mission here. We still might not hit that 30 megameters. That's a lot of Delta V. And like, yeah, we got a lot more. We have like 1,000 more than my manual flight. There we go. That's better. Yeah. Plenty of nitrous. It doesn't need it. It's staying prograde pretty well. This is going to be great. This is going to be a beautiful burn. Yeah, this'll do it. This'll do it, no problem. All right. Oh, whoops. M to close the map, not tab. Is this a very pretty looking satellite? No. But this is great. Okay. So with this is our, like, oof. This is using the... What I want to try now, and this is probably going to require some adjustments to the Thor again, is I want to get out the... Here, let's see if I can do this without... Where's the navsat? Because the navsat still has the... this part of the Thor. $12.03 compared to $12.05. Okay. But here's the kicker. Tooling cost. $50,000 for the balloon tank. $30,000. This is just so much more expensive. So I want to retry this with all the rest of the tweaks to the upper stages, and with this, like, functional flight program now. I want to try this with the heavier tank, the isogrid tank, down here. Because if we can get this Thor to work fine, instead of needing to use the balloon tank, it's just a much cheaper launch vehicle. And if we can't, then the question is, if we're gonna tool big balloon tanks, do we go full Atlas? Which we will definitely be building next week, no matter what. We're building an Atlas, but yeah, the balloon tanks are just a big hit. And I think balloon tanks add to, like, integration time as well. So, all right, let's sim this and let's see what it does. This is... There weren't many things that KSP2 did right, but they fixed a bunch of the crap with staging going weird when you swapped, like, lower stage parts around. And I really appreciated that as a player. Oh. Honestly, a lot of the VAB stuff in KSP2 was nice. Like, being able to have, you know, my separate balloon versus ISO. Oh, this still also has one more change I need to make to this vehicle, I just realized. This still has the quad verniers. We want to go back to the duals. Yeah, there we go. And then burn time is 3 minutes 9 seconds. Rate burn time is 3 minutes 2. 11.5 here. Yeah, that should be fine. All right, hopefully that's the last thing that I need to tweak on this. It definitely heaves itself off the launch pad a little more because of the heavier tank gives it a worse TWR. And that could affect our overall Delta V a lot more. But if we're still able to get a decent, you know, burnout AP, what will be our PE, and we can. 398. Okay, so this will even potentially still work for the, I do want to try flying the other one as well with these, like, gravity turn parameters for the first stage. Because I think we're going to want that. $32. What was our target for that contract? 36. Okay, so the answer is no, we can't do it without balloon tanks. So the question is, do we tool that? Do we tool a balloon tank Thor? Or do we build an Atlas? If we're going to have to tool the balloon tanks anyway, etc. Oh, it is ad break time. I will be back in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back from the break, everybody. I shoveled some food in my face hole during those 3 minutes, so I will be able to keep doing this for a little bit longer. Starfighter, your question, can we transfer that tooling to an eventual atlas? The primary factor for, like, tooling transferability is diameter, and an atlas is going to be at least 50% again as wide, maybe even a little bit wider, and I think that's outside of it treating it with any commonality. I'd have to double check the exact algorithm, but very little of the tooling is the answer, unfortunately. Which is fine. I think it's fine to tool this with balloon tanks. Like, it's expensive, but, like, that's what our subsidies are for, and yeah. Because, like, I know that this can achieve the mission. So, the next thing, then, that we want to see if we can achieve is if we, let's reroute here, and then take all of this off the top, drop a nav satellite on top, go down to like a much smaller diameter, not quite that small, apparently. Will this be able to hit the contract requirements for the NavSat? What do I call this? NavSat 1? Is that what it was called before? NavSat 1. Yeah, I'm going to overwrite the old one because I want these to have the common booster unit in both of them. And the common, like, updated Agena and all that stuff. But with this thing, with its 50 units of power, yeah, apparently I can use the comms on this, at least for some of it, so yeah, like 1 megameter. We don't care about science on this, just basic comms, so like 3 dBm is probably fine. Reroute to this part. And then, is that basically it? And then we just need to see if the Agena can get this into its orbit of whatever it needs to be. Above 350 with an eccentricity below 0.26. I assume that I can get the orbital eccentricity, right, out of... Here, let's copy some things from Cosmic. It would be nice to get some of this Agena stuff broken out into common code. But if I want to grab an orbitable, or just grab an orbit, eccentricity, yeah. And it's like, wait until ship orbit is less than, what's my requirement? Is that it? Is that the script for this navsat? Probably. I do want a more sophisticated program for the Agena eventually, but we might be able to just, like, move this part into the Agena. You know, whether we want to have, like, an Agena circularization, which will do this, like, eccentricity thing, I'm not sure yet. But let's sim this and see if it does what we need. Let's make sure that we have something that's actually going to run our program. That would be cool. Toggle open. You need to be running the program. Navsat 1. There we go. Because I don't have KOS on this one. Oh, I do. Never mind, we'll run it on this one. I trust everything a little bit more when we're running KOS on the root part until I've taken the time to figure out all my multi-part, multi-stage programs running in each stage thing. There we go. So first of all, we're going to make sure that the program does seem to be working with the heading. I'm concerned, actually, that our burnout AP, because of losses due to needing to be above a certain eccentricity for this mission, may not get us with our 350. All right, never mind, we're good. So this will either actually circularize, and it will stop when the eccentricity is within the range that it needs to be, or it'll just run until it burns out. Whoa! Well, that wasn't right. Eccentricity below 0.26. Oh, but my PE is way too... Oh, is a 0.26 eccentricity just, like, ridiculously generous? Well, I can do wait until ship, orbit, periapsis. It's greater than 350 kilometers, and our eccentricity is in the right range. And this should do what we need this time. That's funny. I guess I didn't realize how generous that eccentricity is. We might be able to put a kick stage on this. After all, I thought this needed to be much closer to circular for a nav satellite, but maybe not this early on. Maybe just later on in the program. That should have been launch, not VAB. Ugh. I mean, we also definitely can potentially put another kick stage in. We just have to be careful with how we set it up, right? Because, like, we can drop the amount of fuel in these things and whatnot if we need to. All right, let's resim this with the new program. What did I change? Oh, we wait until the periapsis is big enough. Yeah. But if it's showing eccentricity of less than 0.26 with still a negative PE, then I think we have plenty of... Well, this is still wrong. Why did it drop so early? If I was waiting until orbit periapsis is greater than 350,000... Let's just get rid of the code for the eccentricity entirely. I'm commenting that out, and we're going to fly this one more time. Because if I could hit both of these with the same launch vehicle, now that it's, like, ready to go, that is fantastic. Because, yeah, we're waiting until the periapsis is bigger than... Because, yeah, all it should do is cut throttle and then stage once it hits a high enough PE. Which should be 350 kilometers. Here, let's just run this at 2x instead of 4x. Oh. I see what happened now. Oh, I understand. I lock throttle to 0 and then I stage, but we're still on 1 frame in the game. I need to wait a frame for the throttle to turn off. There's something in the docs about this. Think I can do it with wait? Maybe? Yeah, 1 physics tick. How do I wait for just 1 physics tick? That's what I want to do. I mean, I guess I can just, like, wait for an epsilon that's sufficiently small, right? Wait 0.1 seconds. It doesn't matter. The contract has been completed and the satellite has been transferred to the customer. Okay, cool. So yeah, we could launch both of these contracts then on this thing. Our eccentricity is apparently fine. They're using this exact same shared Thor launch code, which is fantastic, and that makes me hope that I can continue to use that launch code for other things. So yeah, let's see about tooling this. Yeah, launch cost 1,200 tooled versus hilarious amounts untooled. Spending, yep, all on my unlock credit. That's fine. Purchase all toolings. And then let's open Cosmic. Yeah, I know, ROE Aegina's not unlocked yet. Yeah, and all this has is the new probe core and the longer fairings. We could tool all of those as well. Cool. And these should be otherwise identical. And I think they are. Awesome. So the other thing we need to do is build a new launch complex. Navsat 1 weighs 58 tons. I think Cosmic is slightly bigger. Closer to 60. They are nearly the same weight. All right. 75 tons is what I designed this avionics to handle. I think the Atlas might end up being big enough that we want to put it on a separate launch complex just due to commonality. And build. So we will we'll actually get a couple of launches on this thing, but we need 1958 orbital rocketry before we can actually build it, and hopefully I didn't have anything that depends on any other new techs. I don't think so. Oh, the chugging is real. That's what happens when you have a few satellites in orbit with N-body physics on from Principia. I am saving up here. I could probably get rid of Launch Complex 3, can't I? Yeah, I think I should just get rid of it. Can't dismantle, staff window open. Okay, dismantle. Yes. And then I want to have engineers. I don't remember how many staff LC2 is going to be able to have once it's built. And I don't think I can see that. I guess I can. I go back into the VAB. Yeah, new LC. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to go up to 75, 255 engineers. Okay. So I'm going to have this hire up to 255 engineers for me, so they're all ready as soon as the launch complex is ready. If I open the staff window, engineers, auto hire, up to 255. Reserve funds. I don't really care. How much does it cost to launch one of these things? Few thousand. Yeah, 5,000. So let's reserve like 10,000. Nope, not at the hangar. Oh, I can't auto hire into my like unused engineer pool. That's interesting. Well, whatever. I have them all hired. They'll be ready to go as soon as the construction is done. All right, Launch Complex 2. Oh, cool. They all got assigned automatically. Perfect. So, all right. And we're also going to want the NavSat 1. And we're going to launch one of these. Should I have gone ahead and painted these before I did this? Probably. But, ugh, this has been a long stream, and I want to get these flights, like, done. I don't think I can do anything with that 8 science that I've got. I mean, I could get solids, but I'll save it for now. Yeah, we're going to finish lunar range comms. I'm going to be paying a bunch of researcher salaries that I don't need to pay. Let's finish the cosmic. What is our date? It is already, like, September of 59. How are we on, like... Alright, we still have 3 more years to do all these. And we're going to have a lot more capability very shortly to get all of this stuff done. Once we get the right science for it, a lot of these should go pretty quickly, in fact. Same with early commercial applications. Oh, what I should do is upgrade the tracking. I left-clicked again instead of right-clicking. Always left-clicking instead of right-clicking. Let's get the tracking station upgraded, because that'll give us access to, finally, access to... Yeah, I'm, like, just putting money away right now, and that is rarely a good thing in this game. Alright, morning launch of Cosmic. Hopefully I got everything right with this Cosmic Ray satellite. 200 by 36,000. It's got to stay in orbit for 45 days and transmit a bunch of science. Or... we could have a failure. Failed to ignite. I don't know if I can just roll this. I think I can just roll this back and roll it out again with just an ignition failure. I don't remember. I don't think I have to build a whole new one from an ignition failure. Maybe not, though. Do I have to do it from this view? I thought there was a way to roll back. To, like, do a rollback specifically in RP-1. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! Never mind! I broke it. No, this is just all the funds. ACT. Okay, I'm gonna revert this back to the launch because I know what it's gonna try to do, and actually. Let's, oh god, have I been sitting on this screen the whole time I've been trying to do all this Space Center stuff? I hope not. This is Navsat 1. I want to be on Cosmic. What I want is to just, like... You know what? I can just do this. I want to just get KOS to abort, because what it's doing is it's running this as a startup script, and this startup script is not designed to load into a ship that's in a weird state. Because I want to be able to recover this, because I don't think I can actually do a rollback. But hopefully now Yeah, that donks. Okay, I can't... Oh, repair failures. There we go, that's what I wanted. And that's gonna take 19 hours. Okay. The question is, does this have another ignition? I think I can do this, maybe. Alright, let's warp to repair complete, 18 hours later. I'm gonna quick save, because I'm not quite sure what this is gonna do. I don't like quick saving, but... yeah, it does that. Okay. Okay. So if I... let's get rid of the foo in this. If I go back into KOS... now I should be able to do run path, boot. Let's quick save again. Again, I don't like quick saving, but... this called Cosmic. Okay. So I think in theory, this will stage, throttle up, and we should be okay. Maybe not. Yeah, your throttle's 100. Oh, there it is. Activate engine. I think what happened there is it failed to ignite again. Alright, well, I don't know what I did wrong last time, but this is working now. It's a night launch, not what I meant to do. But should be able to hopefully see this complete. And this is going to transfer a bunch of science, which is fantastic. The cosmic ray and the Earth imaging should be a lot of what we need to be able to here. We've seen this launch profile so many times during all the testing. We could fast forward through it. I don't know. I may have just quick saved and quick loaded through a legitimate failure. But like, I don't know. I don't want to fight with trying to get the staging right for it to like reactivate the engines correctly and goes. This is a little late. I fast forwarded too far. And I might go back to my quick save again because I did just fast forward too far. But I think we will probably still hit what we care about orbit-wise. Ooh, maybe not. Oh, we're drifting. All right, I'm going to blame that on me fast forwarding, and I'm going to say it's okay to quick load here. It's not a problem with the vehicle or the program. It's a problem with me being impatient. And now I'm paying the price for that in having to launch again. Okay, there we go. That looks right. Getting the script to recover from, like, a failed state is definitely a little funky, but... that's something we can keep working on in future versions of the script, is maybe some sanity checking at the start about the state of the engines and the staging and things like that. All right. Give it plenty of time to drift now. Hopefully I can get at least some kind of half-decent shot. I'm sure this is pitch black on the stream. Well, that's an Agena failure. Not even close to orbit. I think I'm going to accept that Agena failure. I think I've used up my quota of cheaty reverts. That's too bad, though. If we're lucky, this will manage to transmit some of its science. Before it, like, completely burns up. I'm not sure if we're going to be that lucky, but... That's too bad. I specifically chose the Agena over the AJ-10 early. Is 10 science enough for anything useful? No. I mean, digital comms, but... I really should be saving up for these two nodes, because I need them for a bunch of my science stuff. So I think we just have to refly... Cosmic. Unfortunately. start on that first upgrade too, because I have plenty of money. R&D is fully upgraded. Tracking station can't upgrade until it's done. Mission control I could upgrade again. But all that does is give me more max contracts, which isn't super useful. I could start this. I'm not ready to go suborbital curvels yet, but like I've got the funds. I may as well spend them. Cool. Astronaut complex done. What's our date now? November of 59? Yeah. Oh, we're so far behind on science. I'm at 58 tech. All right, roll out the navigation satellite one. Warp to morning. Hopefully we can get these 2 flights done. The 2 that we've kind of been working on this whole time. All right, and this is the one that I need for orbital trainings. I don't think I need to necessarily start that yet. I mean, again, I have the funds, but... This, unfortunately, is going to get me no science. But it will get me confidence to get the contract done. I've actually been really lucky for most of this campaign with regards to engine failures, so, like... I'll accept a single failed Thor and a single failed Aegina on my first couple of launches. Oh yeah, we're bouncing. I need to deorbit my satellites that aren't doing anything anymore. Is that another failed Aegina? Wow. Well, at least it's data, but like, oof. You know, so be it. This thing trying desperately to fix its tumble. Oof. Big oof. Oh, I'm up to 13 science. I am still getting science from something. Is one of these orbiters still spitting out science, maybe? I don't know. Let's check that out. Let's pop back to these and see, like, what they're still doing. Because I can terminate the ones that need it. I think standard orbiter 2 shouldn't have any science. And also its batteries are toast, and I don't think it has solar panels, so I think this one is dead. Yes, this has no solar panels, this is dead. Back to the tracking station. It will never give me science again. Terminate flight. 2S is straight solar. I'm not sure if this is still capable of providing science or not. And the reason for killing these is because I'm using Principia. Oh, look, we have power. Yeah, temperature and pressure scan, I think, are all done. Pressure scan, here we go, show only known. Earth, flying, space low, yeah, temperature scan, Earth, space low, yep. Alright. Did I finish my thought or did I get distracted? The reason to terminate the flights is because I'm doing Principia, and Principia has to do all of its n-body physics calculations on everything at all times. So, like, removing that processing load will help fast forward work better. It was getting kind of chuggy at the Space Center. So... what is this doing? Cosmic ray science, micrometeorite detection, and temperature scan. I think that's probably all done. Yeah, space low, Earth, done. Cosmic ray, science, Earth, space low. Oh, this has some that hasn't been transferred yet. Will it ever manage to charge its battery? Maybe. Oh yeah, it's trying. Alright. Let's see if we can get a signal. This is on a fairly, here we go, elliptical. I'm just going to let this finish broadcasting the cosmic ray science down to Earth, and then I'm going to destroy it as well. Because this says... yeah, like a minute left. Oof, transmitting at 4 bits a second, 11 days left. That should improve as we get closer. We should be able to get better transfer speeds at lower altitudes. It might still take a few orbits to fully transfer all of the science that's on this thing, though. Yeah, that's going to take a long time for that number to go lower. There we go. We're up to 8. And then 4 again. And connection timed out. And we're flipping around the dark side of the planet. Alright, so I might not be able to kill this one for another few, like, in-game months. It's still trying to transfer science to me. It's cool that it's been able to do the cosmic ray science that whole time. It probably doesn't matter, because I think my cosmic one that's getting cosmic ray science from high altitude is going to do, I mean, the same. It'll spend some time in lower Earth orbit as well. But yeah, we get little things of science every once in a while. All right, tracking station's upgraded, which means that we do now have, what am I waiting for, by the way? 18 there. 13 for better rockets. I really want to get the science, though. The science is, like, badly needed. 15 for flight control, which I also needed for something. Or maybe I just wanted... No, I wanted EDL. But doing EDL without getting the, like, better science seems silly. Okay, I need one more slot to be able to take crude orbit alongside all my current things. Which may or may not be worth it. Let's get Navsat 1 back on the list. Ugh. Hopefully, no more failures. Fingers crossed here. These aren't, you know, not the most expensive rockets in the world, but they're not exactly cheap either. But yeah, the LR-79 is up to 4,400 DU. The Aegina's got a couple thousand. This is good. I mean, having all that stuff means when I do build the Atlas for my bigger satellites that the Thor can't handle, we're gonna have a bunch of DU already in the LR-79 that'll transfer to the LR-89 and to the LR-105. But okay, oh cool, this thing is done. It's transferred all of it? Let me double check that. Earth, Cosmic Ray Science, 10 from Space Low. Yes, okay. Let's destroy that satellite as well. Just because the less debris I have floating around in orbit, the better behaved Principia will be when it comes to fast forwarding and things like that. All right. God, I feel like I've spent the entire past hour just fast forwarding and doing launch failures. It's break time again. I will be back in just a few minutes after my usual hourly break, and then we will try to launch this rocket. Welcome back, everybody. Let's try again. Our third Thor-derived attempt. Will we have 3 fails in a row? Probably. Liftoff. I don't even know which one this is. I wasn't paying attention. This is the longer fairing, so this has got to be the Cosmic Ray beyond LEO. There we go. Had to get, had to make sure I had the screenshot for the YouTube thumbnail there. One. And finally a successful launch with our Thor-derived. All right. We had something underperform. Has failed with engine shutdown. All right. Yep. Oh, no. KSP just completely locked up on me. Oh, there we go. We're okay. We're back. Ooh. All right. So, yeah, we did. The Agena failed. Which is, well, it means we didn't hit our orbit for this. This can still transmit a bunch of good science, and it is in orbit doing stuff, and it will, well, whenever it connects, it'll send science. Yeah. It'll have video imaging at least from a bunch of biomes. And we'll be able to upload those. So I think it's fine to leave this one for now. We are going to have to launch another one because we didn't get the contract. But I think 18 is what we needed for the next blue sky. There, we'll just get it up to 19. There we go, 19. There we go. Space Center. It thinks it's on rails now. All right. So we can start a little more research again, at least. We're going to have to add another cosmic to the queue. But yeah. Early human... Oh, and we get better battery tanks. This will be nice. And then we're going to need early space flight, human, blah, blah, blah. Ooh, and our first RTGs. Those will be fun. Yeah, lots of good stuff there. Once we start getting a little more science again, I'll be very, very happy. So we're going to have to launch another cosmic. This is now our third cosmic, and we're on our second navsat, I think. We're going to call you Cosmic 2. We're going to launch you. I'm trying to, like, actually finish up some contracts and, like, have some milestones ready to go here. Grab the next bigger thing there. Mission control doesn't give me anything more than active contracts. DSN. We require a tech for that. Research, there's no upgrades. Yeah, I think this administration building upgrade is the only one that I'm really interested in. All right, we're going to try again with the navigation satellite. Yeah, oh yeah, and you can see this thing has sent down a bunch of science for me. Over the past few days that I just time warped. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I just fast-forwarded through most of 1959 and 1960, just building and then failing to launch a half a dozen rockets. Which doesn't feel good. It's going to be one of the... No, it is the navigation, I think. Program aborted. Okay. So let's go back into KCT. No. Recover. I don't want to do that yet. Or do I? Yes, I do. Recover. Repair. We're going to warp through those 14 hours. What? What's staged? Did that time warp re-trigger the script there? Whatever. I don't care anymore. I have the funds. We're gonna launch another one. We'll launch another one. This is fine. This failure rate is redonkulous, by the way. I could have played around with reverts and tried to figure out what KOS just did there that decided to stage that way, but I cannot be bothered. Just fly another rocket. Alright, so we're going to try the second Cosmic, because the first one did not hit its target orbit. But losing a couple of years like this on just all these failures and not being able to get the research to push forward is really gonna stink. Because if I start hitting the end of programs and my funds start drying out, like, that is kind of the failure state of this game, right? I do, since I upgraded the admin building, I have extra slots, I can take more programs. But it's still pretty sketchy to be losing a year or two. But there's just not a lot I can be doing in this intermediate time. Like, until I can tech up a little bit, I'm kind of stuck. Alright, 45 days. Oh, I'm gonna need to force run video imaging. Which I can't turn on until I have signal. Oh no, from high Earth. Never mind. This contract only cares about the high Earth orbit data. Alright, Aegina. Fortunately, this does, I think, beat 36 by quite a ways. So if we do have a performance loss on the Aegina, I think we can still hit orbit, like, once we've burned this much of the Aegina's fuel. There we go. So this is going to be collecting science for 45 days. So let's head back to the Space Center. And we will check in on that. Oh, this is counting down here. Cool. Got video imaging. For some reason, it didn't transmit the cosmic ray. Not sure, but let's get this, because this is like a bunch of the next science that we're going to need. And for some reason, check for stable orbit. Let's check in on it. Let's find out why we failed here. Cosmic 2. Cosmic 2 probe. Okay, we can delete that. Cosmic 1 we could probably terminate as well. Cosmic 2. Can you let me fly it, please? There we go. This is pretty high up, so I'm going to have to fly it down closer to Earth before I can see what is up with it, because we're not going to have... Yeah, we just haven't transmitted enough of the cosmic ray science. Space high. Yeah, we've only transmitted 2. Okay, so this needs... Yeah, okay, so this might just need to sit around for a lot longer to get all that cosmic ray science transferred, which I think is fine, right? Like, our electric charge is fine. Yep, I think that's fine. I think it's just going to take a while to transmit because of the orbit it's in and because of the... whatever Kerbalism shenanigans there might be there. So we could try again with this NavSat payload. Yeah, space high. Still has a bunch of this to do. Video imaging from space low. We haven't done ice caps or tundra. We're not at enough of an inclination for that. And we've done all of space high. All right. So I guess that's fine. Just needs to finish transferring the satellite or the data. Hopefully this nav satellite will actually launch itself. Because, yeah, our DU on these engines is getting up there at this point, with all the failures we had. Which, again, is fine. It should mean future launches will be more reliable, and, like, especially if more expensive, more important launches that have, like, people on them, work better, then I'll be fine with that. You only have 10 gigs of mods in your RAM? 1 second. Let me see how much RAM KSP is using on my system right now. KSP has... Well, it's allocated 40 gigs of virtual address space, but it looks like only about 16 or so are in use. Yeah, you only have 16. Is that supposed to be a 16 or an 8? I guess a 16 if you have 10 gigs of mods. Yeah, this machine is plenty beefy for modded KSP, fortunately. But... let's see, we should get a nice clean separation here in just a few more seconds. Let's slow down the physics warp. And at 32, it fires.
Space! Space!
Woohoo! Thank you very much for the follow. It's appreciated. Oh yeah. I had a little too much fun setting up those alerts. All right, and we're gonna... Are we gonna have the Delta V? We should. I ran a sim for this. There we go. Deployed. And how are we looking for the contract? There you go. Play KSP until the SSD fails. Oof. You know, as long as all the assets are loaded into RAM, KSP might not even, like, notice if the SSD totally fails. It'll probably be Windows that dies before KSP. I think, though, we're gonna get... Here, I'll physics warp a bit. We should get this first contract done any second now. Jeb will become one with the Kraken, his true form. There we go. Contract has been completed and the satellite has been transferred to the customer. Perfect. I will happily take a little bit of reputation boost again. Oh, I have 2 probes that I need to destroy. Let's clean those up. Oh... The never-ending maintenance of playing with Principia is making sure you don't have anything sitting in orbit that you don't need. All right, Navsat 1 probes from both. Apparently I had 2 failed attempts at this, regardless. And then high altitude cosmic ray science. I think I'm just waiting for it to orbit enough times and actually transmit the science to me. Cosmic ray science. Earth. Yeah. We're up to... No, we need 3/4 of it, so it's going to take a little while. Unfortunately. Oh, this is a 91-day science. Yeah. This contract's weird. That it calls for... If you can extend comms with KOS. I don't think you need to. Unless you're asking something different than what I think you're asking. But, like, as long as you have 2 antennas on a ship, it should work as a relay. Without needing to do anything special. So you can just make comm satellites by having 2 antennas on them. Oh, remote tech. Oh. I have no idea how remote tech works. I haven't played with remote tech in a long, long, long time. All right. Yeah, I'm sure KOS and remote tech are fun together. I mean, in theory, you should be able to... Well, the CPU probably wouldn't be loaded, though. And that's the thing, is you have to have... For KOS to do anything, the CPUs have to be loaded. So I think you'd have to rely on whatever remote tech gives you as far as doing comms stuff. I'm sure remote tech has some way of forwarding messages, forwarding communication in its whole model, right? All right, so this needs the... This needs infrared, which I don't have researched yet. This needs orbital perturbation, which I don't have researched yet. Commercial navigation satellite early. Oh, I can do this one multiple times. Cool. Oh, and then I can do nav satellite networks. Why would I choose 4/3? Oh, for a significant boost in... And a way to auto-extend comms so your probes won't die after 2 seconds. Yeah. Oh, to auto-extend... Yeah, you should be able to do that from KOS. Sorry, when you said extend, I thought you meant range, not like the, like, extend the antennas. But, like, somewhere in here, vessels and parts. If you find the part for your... And you'll need to do some debug prints to, like, get the modules and see what they are. But once you have a part module, you can... Here we go. Do action or do event. It's probably an event. So the code would be something like ship parts dubbed antenna. And I don't know what the module... Well, the part... Maybe you can just do that on the part. Can you just run the... list of part? Do you have to go down to the module to get... Control from position... Yeah, you have to get the module. Yeah, so you do... Get module of whatever... There we go. Something like that. And then to figure out the actual name of the part, it would be like print ship parts. And then to figure out the name of the module, it would be like print ship parts dubbed. Just modules? Yeah. I don't know. Something like that. That's probably not quite exactly it, but that should be roughly the shape that you need to figure out like the part module that you need to get, and then the action on it. And then you can get the list of the actions and the events as well. Yeah. Not a period. Colon. There we go. Something like that. And yeah, if you run all these in the terminal, you should be able to get your...
I think something just exploded. Man, we are in a lot of danger. This is like Christmas. No, it's better than Christmas. This should be its own holiday. Explosion Day.
Explosion Day indeed. Thank you so much for the raid, Dumbaratu. Really appreciated. Welcome, welcome, raiders. I was just, Yeah, that's... Oh, nope, there they are. Nobody's there. Indeed. Nobody's there. My viewer count went up by the number of people that it said rated, so I believe they're there. They could be ghosts, but... No, totally fair. I was, just figuring things out. Anyway, Father Grigori, did this answer your question about trying to deploy your antennas from KOS? Was this what you were trying to do? Cool. Excellent. Let's see if I could remember what I was in the middle of. So I just finished, I just finished one of the early research satellite contracts and an early nav satellite contract. You know how KOS... Yeah, you can do it with action groups too as well, for sure. And it's probably simpler than diving into the part modules stuff. Yep. The problem with putting it in action groups is that you as a human being need to remember to... to to set up your action groups and have your script set up correctly, as opposed to having the script know how to like dig into the parts and find the right thing. Yep. Okay, so kind of where we're at is that I probably, well, I definitely need more science. That has been my life for a long time now. Yeah, I've done that when I'm watching YouTube videos while I'm playing games. I always forget what is actually my game. It's a problem. So looking at these contracts, I don't think I can do these, at least not... Oh, no, maybe this commercial navigation early I can do, this repeatable one. But I don't get any science for it, so not that useful. These 3 and 4 satellite ones need fairly high orbits with fairly low eccentricities. And I do not think I have the capabilities to do that with either my current launcher tech or my current KOS script tech for orbital insertion. More common brain fart is trying to turn the game camera. Yeah. I have done that too. Infrared radiometry and gravimetric satellites, I have the research like running to get the tech that I need to launch these. So maybe the thing to think about where am I on the science that I can currently gather? Cosmic Ray is still running. Let's look at my... Because I have a science ship that I just launched a probe that can hit space high. So what I should probably do is launch another one with all the science that I can get from space high right now. And that will help a lot with... Why does one of these cost more than the other one? These should be identical. I'm going to assume that's KCT shenanigans. Alright, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this thing. And let's configure our science and figure out what we can do. Oh, yeah, I should upgrade my comms at some point. That'll be nice. But not necessary for this mission. Early TV camera we've done. Does barometer and thermometer have... Space high? Yeah, that's 5 science. It's not a lot, but it's science. Same with the thermometer. Alright. I am proud of anyone who takes the time to learn how to program, whether it's in a video game or not, and build something cool with it. I always think that's awesome. Cosmic ray science I already have running. Magnetometer and I think micrometeorite detector. Yes, both will have space high to do. Yeah. Alright. So I think this, ridiculous as it is, Uh... Yeah, getting circular orbits is hard. One of the things you can check, is you can watch the eccentricity of your orbit and turn off the engine when that goes below a certain threshold. And as long as you're burning, you know, relatively prograde, that'll get you close to a circular orbit. But if your actual, like, quote-unquote circularization burn is in a weird direction, then you'll never hit a circular orbit, and, well, that won't help. But as long as you're doing a reasonably good circularization burn and you're just trying to figure out when to cut the engine, you want to watch the eccentricity. Okay, so I think this is pretty much all the science that I can run in Space High until I get the next tech done, and this will at least get me some a little more head start on all the science I need. This is not cosmic ray science. I should give it a different name. Don't know what to call it. I'm gonna call it Hank Green because it likes science. This is... I've been streaming for 7 hours. This is the level of naming things that I have arrived at. Oh! How did I exceed size limits? What? Oh, that's funny. When these are open... KSP, why are you so bad? Okay. Yeah. It does help with the stability of the simulation to have a little bit not quite circular. Agreed. Alright, with the comms tech and what's soon to be this upgraded electronics research, which gives me battery upgrades, we're going to be able to do a lot more with probes. I think I still need to build a bigger launch vehicle. Yeah, inclination 2 for the same reason. I think I need to build a bigger launch vehicle for Lunar. A Thor... Basically a Thor with a prototype Agena on top of it is not... Well, maybe I could get a lunar probe on there, but... Especially since we're going to have an avionics upgrade for deep space avionics anyway. But it's not going to be fantastic, so... I think a lot of this stuff... Yeah. Yeah, RCS messing with your orbit a little bit is always fun.
Space. Space.
Thank you so much for the follow. CMAS, Simus. One of those. I'm sure. Unless it's Skymus. But that seems less likely. What was I saying? What was I thinking? I think I can do these two science ones once I have Oh, this one's tough. This one wants higher altitude. I'm not sure I can easily hit this with my current ships. This one... PE above 500, AP below 1 meg. I can definitely do this one. With the infrared weather data and the video. Whichever one I like is okay. All right, good to know. So I can at least do this one once I get the next science tech researched. This is gonna be tough. Without some upgrades, with this very low eccentricity and the high PE. That's gonna take a better upper stage, I think, than I have. Comm satellites are going to be similar, right? With these kind of high, fairly circular orbits. But yeah, we can do this one soon, I think. I think as soon as I have the science tech researched, we can take this one. But I'm definitely going to have to build an Atlas at some point. Or something else that's better than my Thor Agena that I'm using right now. I mean, Agena should get significantly better with a couple of tech upgrades, and probably Thor too, right? Do I get a Thor upgrade? Lots of Agena upgrades early on. Yeah, there's like 3 new Agena variants. Is there an LR79 in here? There is. For MB3, yeah. And then 1960 orbital rocketry, probably again, LR79, LR89, LR105, yeah. So yeah, I'm just still pretty early on in the... Although by 1960, I also get AJ-10 mid, and I'll have to decide if I want to switch from a Agena to something AJ-10 derived. If only because I know, and that is sort of the metagaming of playing a game about history, that, like, I'm gonna keep getting AJ-10 upgrades for a very, very, very long time, and Agena upgrades peter off around the, like, mid to late 60s, I think, right? We're not getting Agena upgrades, like, way out here. So, getting on board with the AJ-10 eventually is not the worst idea. Okay, that is more than enough sitting around theory crafting and thinking. Let's get this science probe up there to try to get what I can from Space High Science right now. And when I have enough science, I should really grab the EDL node. Because then I can start thinking about doing film camera, I can finish advanced bio, all the stuff that needs returns, right? I can get done. Yeah, it would be nice to have more stuff in, where is it? I think it's under RO mods? No, RP-1? Realism Overhaul. Under the speculative level, being able to have more stuff in, like, speculative or alt-hist that are, like, hypothetical derivations and things. That was not the button I meant to press. Backed too far out of the menu there. More hypothetical derivations would be fun to have, and I'm not sure what the policies of RP-1 would be on accepting those, but certainly someone would have to put through the effort to be like, okay, if Aegina had kept getting better with tech through the 60s and the 70s, what would an upscaled, up-teched Aegina look like if instead of a centaur, right? And like that's a lot of, I think, research and modeling and being able to kind of try to justify it. That's someone would have to decide they really want to do. All right, let's get one more launch in today. Yay! How are we doing on transmitting the cosmic ray? Yeah, I'll check that out after this launch. Let's go to morning so everyone can actually see what I'm doing here. Yeah, that's true of a lot of tech trees in video games in general, right? Is that the, you kind of have to order things, but it's hard to really understand what are dependencies in, like, human knowledge and what were just discovered after each other by accident, right? Something is very glitchy, and I have never seen this before. Let's revert to launch. Let's see if this just loads in normally again. If not, I might have to... Nope. We are exactly where we were. Okay, there we go. I don't know what just happened there, but we're okay. I'm gonna run this at a slightly accelerated time warp. It's a pretty gentle gravity turn, so it's numerically stable, accelerated, and I don't want to sit here for 5 minutes. This is my... Oh dear. Right, exactly. We just locked up again. Oh no! No, we crashed. An entire CPU core is currently being taken up by systemd core dump, trying to figure out a core dump of KSP. Alright. Oh, so I was actually... Yeah, it was the... Something was screwy with the... I had pitched the camera down, but, like, it wasn't being clipped by the ground. I just, like, rolled right into the water. But it was very glitchy right before that, so... How are we doing on here? Yeah, the new stuff in Factorio around actions is... It's nice until you're an advanced player and you're like, ugh, I have to do this thing now to unlock the tech tree. And yes, KSP did just fully crash on me, so let me get that rebooted. Hopefully my save is fine. I did accidentally just do that quit and reload, so that may be my saving grace for my save not being totally corrupt. I'm gonna be real sad if I just lost 7 hours of RP-1 work. All right, let's fix the capture. Yeah, that's the universe telling you it's bedtime. It probably ought to be the universe telling me that it's time to take a break, but I'll get this last wait for this to reload. I'm gonna get at least this last launch up so I can start gathering science, and then I might call it a night after that, because like I said, I have been streaming for a while. I'm gonna take the opportunity while KSP is loading for a few minutes. I'm just gonna hit the
Space. Space.
Oh, and thank you so much for the follow. Very appreciated. While this is loading, I'm gonna hit the add button and get some more water, step away for a couple of minutes, and I will be right back. All right, I am back. Folks should be back from the ad momentarily for everyone who sat through the ads. The music is loud, is it? It should be... Oh, yeah, no, that was at 100. It's supposed to be at like 80. Yeah, that'll do it. We do have the vessel on the pad, so I am hoping that if I fly this, KOS will just take over the launch script and we'll be okay. Yes, okay, this looks fine. All right, I think we're okay. I appreciate everyone who did sit through the ad. I try to run ads only once an hour and only for as long as necessary to turn off pre-rolls, and that way I can stretch my legs, get some water, and take care of myself, because I am too old to sit in a computer chair for 8 hours in a row now. But doing the one chunk of ads once an hour when I'm away from the stream is as unobtrusive as I can make the ads. That's... yeah, I have the boot script set to do things immediately. I used to have a countdown, and I probably should, because sometimes it's nice to have time to hit Control-C in the terminal, but... I got tired of waiting through it when I'm debugging. Alright, so this should be... I think the profile is at 40 seconds to AP. It should detach. Yep. And then at 32 seconds to AP, it fires. There we go. Boop. What was your error? Oh, yeah. Duh. All of the example code that I was writing that's at the bottom of my script. That's not going to work. Yeah, I'm playing with Principia as well. So it's going to be interesting when I start doing lunar and interplanetary stuff, trying to write KOS scripts that can handle Principia. My navigation is going to have to get a lot more sophisticated than like a simple gravity turn with some staging, which is basically all we have right now. But this thing should... Well, we don't have signal right now. Let's find a place where we have a connection. Oh. I never ran magnetometer in space low? That's ridiculous. Oh, because it's just such a long one. Yeah, fair enough. And then if I go all the way up to space high... We're going to lose signal because... Well, I have upgraded comms now. I should be able to handle space high more easily. But... we're not going to deal with that right now. Where's the sun? Where's the Earth? Completely lost the Earth. Oh! Nope, that's my ship that's eclipsing the sun. Yeah, I really have no idea. I've lost the Earth. Oh, there it is. And this should be transmitting some data from space high. Yeah. Cool. This thing will just be able to run in the background and keep gathering more science for me. Let's head back to the Space Center. Hopefully between those two things... I want to take EDL, because this is another huge batch of science for me. Let's see. Where is... Oh, filter by research. Photography 2. Yeah, it includes... That's what I thought. Yeah. If you're using KOS and you're looking at, like, you set a maneuver node to be so many minutes ahead, and you say, like, what's prograde at that point? That's got to be hooked into Principia, right? Through the usual, like, look-ahead API of KOS? Because that's just querying the physics system underneath it. But I haven't actually started using those APIs yet in my boosters, in my, well, anything. Okay, these do have the included experiments, which is what I thought. So once I have film 3, this will automatically count as photography 2 and photography 1. Yeah. There's also an API in KOS specifically for... Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, here we go. Predictions. You can get your velocity at orbital parameters at etc. But I think velocity at is the important one, because that'll be prograde, right? If that's a vector. Yeah, between position at and velocity at and the position of the parent body, you should be able to compute all of your full orientation. Oh, these all use conics. Okay. So these ones don't work correctly. They don't hook into... Okay. That is good to know. Yeah, I mean, I would have figured some of the reference frame stuff would be weird, but it's interesting that you can't do that. You have to use maneuver nodes. I would have figured that out eventually, I'm sure. Okay. Entry, descent, and landing. I don't think I have... I should really get the slightly better solar panel tech. At some point. Also basic avionics. Alright, what do I need for... I mean, my 2 paths forward, more science and all of that stuff is already here. That's early human spaceflight, science, and that's entry, descent, and landing. That'll let me... I have always put KOS in my saves, but I haven't always used every feature of it. I usually have used it sparingly. This is the first time I've decided to do everything with KOS. So I probably just never tried to use those functions in the past and saw them break. But I also think the last time I used Principia, I didn't get very far. Yeah, so this is what I need for some of the science. This is what I need for the rest of the science. I feel like I need to grab the 59 orbital rocketry node if I want to get... Yeah, doing everything with KOS has been really interesting, for sure. You missed the first several hours of this stream, which was just building my Thor and trying to generalize the program so that I could use the Thor as a module with its launch program and not be constantly tweaking parameters for every payload. But I think for this, with just one tech bump, I think I can hit the 700 PE. It's gonna take a little bit of shenanigans, but I think it's doable. I might even be able to do this with my current tech. I'm dangerously close to being able to do this with my current tech. Did I already destroy the navsat debris? I probably did. I did. That's too bad. This can get destroyed. I wanted to check my orbital parameters from the navigational satellite. I can rewatch my VOD later. But what I'm thinking for this is if the Aegina can push... Oh, sorry. What I'm thinking for these early navigation satellites is if the Aegina can push... Well, the PE... which was the AP. If the Aegina can push the AP above 700,000 from... So we'll be in like a 5x7 orbit. Then just a small solid kick stage can do the rest on these, and I can do them with my current tech. If we can't quite get to the 7, then it's harder. Because like timing solids is not fun, and it's a little bit of trial and error, but like it's fine to just tweak the fuel in it and say that's the kick stage. Although if I wait until I have 59 rocketry, I will have restartable engines, right? Do I have restartable engines yet? Gina... One ignition, one ignition, one ignition... Two ignitions, the BA7. BA11 gets 15 ignitions. Okay. Lots of variations. But I think most of those are in 1960, aren't they? Or further. BA5? No, the BA7 was the first one with 2 ignitions. Okay. So yeah, we need to be pretty far ahead. Yeah, there's the BA7. To get multiple ignitions on the Aegina. What about... Oh, yeah, of course. Have a good one. I should wrap up. I've been streaming for almost 8 hours now. I really need to call it a day. I'm just, like, sucked into this project at this point. Where's the AJ-10 early? AJ-10 early should be right around here. Am I losing my mind? There it is. All the AJ-10 earlies are 1 ignition as well. Okay. AJ-10 mid gets unlimited ignitions in 1960 tech. So that's multiple ignitions, only 2 tech nodes ahead instead of several. But I think I'm still better off if I want to get the nav satellite stuff done. I want to use solids as a kick stage. Ugh. All right, I'm going to take some notes, or else I'm going to forget what I was doing, because this has been a long stream. So my next couple of missions are going to be, I think, the infrared radiometry satellite, because I think I could just do this. Once I have science. All right, so next steps. Infrared radiometry satellite when science. And then after that, the next tech that I unlock is going to be entry, descent, and landing. So I'll be able to do this orbital speed and return safely. And then I need to figure out what program I need to take for the, like, return vessel from orbit and stuff like that, because I don't think I have access to those with my current stuff. And then the gravimetric satellite is going to require better upper stages so I can do a better transfer. Commercial navigation, I think I can do whenever. But, you know, it's just not worth that much. I mean, does this unlock something else? Is that commercial application? Commercial navigation satellite early. Yeah, I'm not sure why I would want to do this for such a paltry reward. And then for Lunar Flyby and Lunar Impactor, I mean, honestly, I just need a little more Delta V. So, like, maybe these are just, like, build an Atlas and do an Atlas Agena and be done. Like... Fly by within 5 megameters, collect science. Craft must have power. Yeah, you can take both of these at the same time, can't you? So yeah, these will just need, I think, a more powerful booster. And then I should be able to figure out, well, I'm going to have to figure out how to plot my maneuvers for lunar transfers and things like that in KOS, and that's going to be hours of learning. So I think those are maybe... yeah, early navigation. We might be able to do these. We might be able to squeeze in like a 750 by 750 orbit. Especially now that we do have the better battery tanks, and I thought there was one more thing that I got that would have helped with this. Oh, they have a real tight inclination too. That's going to be interesting to figure out as well, because I've been pretty lax with my inclinations. Okay. So experiments-wise, early navigation network. Can I manage that eccentricity? Can I manage the PE? I'm not concerned about making a big circular orbit above 1.2 megameters. And then these are the same, right? Yeah, 700 by 1.2. Yeah, exactly the same. This is just 3 instead of 4. Oh, and these ones want more units of navsat payload. Yeah. So this is better. I'd rather launch 4 smaller ones than 3 bigger ones, especially if I get more... Yeah. So with that... Yeah, the question is, can we hit that eccentricity and that periapsis? And then... lunar flyby impact... launch vehicle. Is Atlas Agena enough? And figure out how to plan TLI burn. And what planning TLI burn might end up being is using, you know, lunar transfer planner or whatever. Transfer window planner. Here we go. You know, from Earth to... Well, not here. This isn't the one I want. Or isn't there one for moons? Here we go. Lunar transfer planner. Launch now inclination. Window is in 4 hours. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know how good this actually is with Principia, is the question. I mean, same with, honestly, transfer window planner. So we might have to do some experimentation there. To figure out words. I've been streaming for 8 hours. My brain is mush. I'm sorry. We might need to do some experimentation there to figure out how to best plot TLI in a way that we can execute it from our KOS script in Principia. Yeah. So those are going to be the plans for next time. We're waiting on a couple of techs to be able to finish a couple more contracts. But in between, it's probably time to build an Atlas. Atlas Agena might be enough for lunar flyby impact. It probably is. I mean, with what's the moon orbit? You know, where distance-wise, our 40 megameter orbits are small, but only 10% of the way to the moon. But delta V-wise, it's pretty close. So the big thing is just being able to figure out our circularization burn and then our actual TLI trajectory and what that needs to look like. And again, how do we get that into KOS in a way that makes sense? All right. That is, I think, the steps for next time. Hopefully, once we have science, and this should also include more bonus science flights as needed. But hopefully that'll unblock us quite a bit. And getting lunar will unblock us a lot, too, right? There's a lot of science around the moon. Even just, going by the moon with a video camera is a lot of science. So that's going to be important, but yeah. And then orbital speed and return safely, and then start flying camera satellites, because that is also a lot of science, right? If we go back to the game, and I want to look at, like, planetary photography is 5 per biome, but if we're going to run, like, the tier 3 film camera, and that also includes photography 2, which is 4, okay, only 4 more per biome, and then, 16 with photography 3. Okay. So that's like 25 per biome times 11 that's a lot of science. Yeah. So definitely getting that figured out. And if we're going to be doing orbital returns, we probably want to think about grabbing, I think this one. Yeah, reach orbital speed and return safely to Earth. So we might want to grab this early so that we can start working on its things. Because once we have, like, entry, descent, and landing tier 2, we're dangerously close to the techs we need for basic capsules. And being able to do... I mean, it looks like we just get... Yeah, we get Vostok, and we get Mercury. So... apparently also the Mark 1 pod, which is hilarious. But I will use the proper Mercury, I think. But yeah, if I'm going to build an Atlas, then this will be the, I'll be able to do an actual Mercury Atlas. So I don't think that's next stream. I think that's probably 2 or 3 streams away. Especially if my streams are the length they're supposed to be instead of this 8-hour marathon. But, yeah, we're in an okay place. I wish my science was a little more, like, in-queued, and I wish I had more I could do right now, like, contract-wise. Kind of doing this, like, wait for science, do a couple missions, wait for science, do a couple missions is frustrating. But hopefully we'll get to a point where we're a little more ahead. We can be designing our ships a little more ahead of time. Oh, I'm gonna probably need this for my moon missions as well. So I have deep space avionics. Anyway, there's a bunch of stuff we're gonna need, and it's already, what's the date? The end of 1960. Yeah, all of the failed Thor-Regina flights earlier today burned through a couple of years of in-game time. Yeah. When I started today, it was apparently almost exactly 2 years ago. I think these will all get done very quickly as I get the next few techs, so I'm not too worried about them. Same with early commercial applications like... Oh, I've got to get the tracking station upgraded, but the rest of these are fine. Lunar, I have a couple more years. I should probably... How's my budget? Yeah. Can't quite hire another 100 of them. But, I guess I can. Boom. Probably should have done that a while ago. So that gets the next tech down to May. May. I'm going to regret that choice. I'm going to regret that choice a lot. But it does get the next tech down to March. Probably as soon as we start building... As soon as we start building another rocket, we're gonna run into issues where our engineer salaries are gonna, like, double. Because I think it's... Does this say on this page how that works? Engineers... No, it doesn't say. But it's going to be more than 27 more a day, so might regret that, might not. We'll find out. This cosmic ray satellite beyond LEO is just... ruining my life, waiting for the cosmic ray science to actually finish. Hopefully that satellite, like, survives and can transmit. Oh, see, this is, like, showing it's done a lot but hasn't been able to transmit it. And I think that's just, like, higher time warps messing with Kerbalism. So what I can try to do... Because this thing's been up for a long time. Yeah, insufficient avionics. Let's try to plummet back towards Earth so we have a signal. See if we can get a signal. Yeah, oh, there's over a megabyte of cosmic ray science to upload. Okay, so yeah, this is saying that at 4 bits a second, this is going to take 4 days of time when it has signal to transfer all of this. Oof. Well, there's your problem. Like, that's just... And this is on me for... Well, you know what? Our AP is at 52. Our target AP was 39. This doesn't say now. 36. We had a good flight. The engines actually overperformed compared to my test. So, like, I wouldn't have been comfortable making this a lot heavier with bigger solar panels and more battery to be able to do a stronger transmitter, right? And that's what you need to transmit more often, is being able to have this thing in range of places that it can transmit more frequently. What I might do is I'm gonna end the stream here, and then I'm gonna start time warping through this and get this done. I'm gonna time warp in the scene at a rate that Kerbalism should be able to keep up with it, and I'm just gonna minimize the window, and I'm gonna let it run for whatever. Few. Probably it will take a couple of hours to do. Anyway, thanks very much, everybody who tuned in. Thanks very much to the raiders. It's really appreciated. And thanks very much to Dumbaratu, who instigated the raid. Thank you to everyone who watches these on YouTube, especially if you watch the whole 8 flippin' hours of this. That's just wild. If you're watching on YouTube and want to watch live, the link to my Twitch is down below in the doodly-doo. And if you're watching on YouTube and feel like feeding the algorithm, that is always appreciated. It really does help small channels like mine. So yeah, thanks again, everybody. I'm gonna end the stream here. I'm gonna figure out my time warp settings so that Kerbalism is relatively happy transferring data. And next time we come in, the save file uploaded will be after that, of course. And then next time we'll be coming in with a clean slate, ready for the next set of missions.